We up? Are we running? I hope we're running. We may not be. See what happens. We're trying to run. It looks like we are running. Okay. Welcome, nobody. Because nobody's here yet, but somebody will be. I know it. I just know it. So let me send out a couple notifications real quick. Anybody that wants to say anything in chat, I'd love feedback on anything. Let's see. I want to know what you want to look up. What do you guys want to see today? I have access to the digital content on DNDBeyond, so we are going to look at some stuff and see what we can see as soon as I send out a couple of quick notifications. Okay. And it's also possible I need to get my chat up, because you're probably chatting with me right now. I don't know why you wouldn't be. Let's see. Look at my chat over there. Chat is disabled for this stream. Well, we've got to figure out how to fix that. Sorry, I promise this will get better as soon as I can figure out how to get chat working. YouTube Studios. Until then, you're just stuck with me. Live. Control room. Where do I set chat? Bring this over so you can hear me better too, I hope. URL analytics. Can I type in chat? Looks like I can. Can anyone else chat and live stream? Manage? No. Oh, the description's all wrong too. Live chat. Chat should work. Okay, hold on one second. I could ask in chat if anybody knows how to get chat to work. But you can't chat to tell me how chat works. If I'm just sitting here talking to myself, that's not going to be nearly as much fun. Who can send anyone? Anyone can send messages. But it also doesn't seem to be going. So I have my stream going on another browser, but when I try to go into the studio, it won't let me see the stream. Getting notifications. I'm hoping it's from some of my friends that are watching. Yeah, that's the message I have too. Someone just told me that it says it's disabled for live stream, but I don't know where to fix it. Oh, because I selected that. Details. Let me try something. No, it's not made for kids. Save changes. I think maybe people can chat now. Maybe. Chat rate 2. Does that mean somebody was able to chat finally? Tools. Where is my... Yes. Sweet. We have some chat. Yes, had to refresh. I think that is in fact what the issue was. Okay, good. Hey! All right, everybody. Here we go. Let's take a look at some of this new stuff. What might people be interested in? I have some questions about how some stuff works on the character builder. So let's go through and create a character standard. I want to know, can you, like, how it works when you're getting the feats, or not the feats, the backgrounds. How do the backgrounds work with the backwards compatibility? Because I don't like the new backgrounds. I mean, I like the new backgrounds. I like the new backgrounds. I want them to be customizable so that I can not be forced into a feat and a combination of ability scores. I want it to be more open. So allow or restrict optional features. We'll turn these on. Customize your origin. Okay. We'll leave all of this stuff up. Homebrew, expanded rules, legacy. Use prerequisites. That's interesting. Encumbrance, ignore coin weight. It's all Bitcoins anyway, so that's fine. Okay, let's see. Next. Okay, so what do we have? Core rules on legacy. So come down here if you want to pick an old class. We'll have to play around with that too, because supposedly you can pick one of these classes. We'll play around with that a little bit too. So let's just start off with, say, a barbarian. Get the rage, the unarmored defense, weapon mastery. I'm excited to play with some weapon mastery. Reckless attack changed some, didn't it? You can throw aside all concerns for defense and attack with increased ferocity. Or no, it wasn't reckless attack that changed. It was the berserker subclass. Okay, we're going to add that class. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. Core barbarian traits. Okay, let's see. Feel athletic, and I feel survivally. Rage, unarmored defense, and weapon mastery. So we finally get some weapon masteries. Let's see how this works here. Okay, so it does show you what each of them is. Say we take battle axe, and it'll tell us what the weapon mastery feat is. That's good. If you hit a creature with a battle axe, you can force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature has the prone condition. Interesting on a battle axe. I felt like maybe, I guess the great axe is the one that has cleave, right? Yeah. Okay, that's acceptable. And then we'll go with a hand axe. Hand axe and battle axe. Hand axe has vex. If you hit with it and deal damage, so if for some reason they have damage resistance or something, would that mean like temp hit points? If you don't hit with temp hit points, if you don't get through their temp hit points, did you not deal damage? So do you not get the advantage on the next attack? Is that what that means? Okay. Next, choose origin and background. So here's where I'm wondering. So you have all the core rules. These are the ones that just came out. Expanded rules, and then the legacy ones. There aren't very many legacy backgrounds because most of them got replaced, and then some homebrew ones that I made. So then the question is, I mean, it has both Acolyte for legacy and same with Soldier, Sage, Noble. Folk Hero is not there. Criminal Spy is not there. Criminal is. Okay, so if we go with the Acolyte background, for example, this is the new Acolyte background. It allows us to take the magic initiate, well, doesn't allow us to take. This is where I get a little perturbed. You get the magic initiate feat, and would be intelligence, and we wouldn't do, let's pick a different background. I'm a barbarian. Maybe I was a farmer. We'll do that one. So this one at least has the tough feat. That'd be useful for my barbarian. Then ability score. So you get to choose which of your ability score options to do. Okay. +1 to con, +2 to strength. So then when you get to your ability scores, that all gets figured in. Now we got to pick a species first too. I like the Goliath. And I like the Cloud Giant. I like teleporting around. But what I want to see is point by whatever. So we don't get to, we can't customize these yet. See, this is what I wanted to check. So there's no way to customize these existing backgrounds built into D&D Beyond yet. So then what happens back here on backgrounds if we instead choose one of the legacy ones? Say we take the soldier, legacy soldier. So we get our skill, whatever, dice set, sure. Couple languages, just to make the blue box go away. Then when we come over to abilities, when determining your character's ability scores, increase 1 score by 2. So interesting, we can make adjustments. If we take an old background, then it lets you pick whatever scores you want, it looks like. Yeah. So if you pick an old background, you can put the ability scores into whatever you want. Whereas with the new backgrounds, you have to select from the 3 that come with it. So I can be an acolyte, which I picked, and then I can still pick strength and constitution here. But the difference is you no longer get a feat. There's no feat. So all of the new backgrounds come with feats. So if you want a starting feat, then you are forced to take the ability scores where they give them. So we'll come back in here and we'll do soldier again. We'll do the +2, +1. 1 to constitution, 2 to strength. Dice set, sure. We play D&D, we like dice. Give you perception. Okay. So now when we come back over to abilities, then that's figured in. And we should now have background. Yes, it gives us the Savage Attacker Origin feat, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't feel like there's a big change in damage using that. You've trained to deal particularly damaging strikes. Once per turn, when you hit a target with a weapon, you can roll the weapon's damage dice twice and use either roll against the target. Yeah, so this one, it's after you hit, but before you rolled the damage. So you don't know if it was going to be a bad roll or not. You're rolling the damage twice, and you have to decide that before you rolled it once. So that's kind of like half the time they're both going to be bad, or they're both going to be good, and it wasn't really necessary. So only about half the time is it going to help, and even when it does help, it probably is only raising it a couple points of damage. I'm not a huge fan of that feat, but anyway. So then when we come, let's see, we've got equipment. We'll do it nice and easy. I don't want that equipment. That's interesting. I feel like maybe they could programmatically make this. Pretty sure I picked battle axe and hand axe. And so I feel like maybe the system should be smart enough, or programmed to be smart enough, to give us a battle axe and hand axes as our weapons, instead of a great axe, which I do not have, just as the default. I mean, of course, I can always come over here and say, give me 75 gold and just go buy stuff. Soldier starting equipment 50. So all I gave myself was gold that I can use to go buy stuff, which is fine. But I feel like somebody that's newer, that maybe like those default choices that they're giving us, they may not realize that they took a different weapon mastery earlier. So it's possible that they end up with weapons that they don't have mastery in, and they may not even realize that it happens, especially if they're new. So let's go see what the character sheet looks like now. It's mostly on there. I'm not blocking too much of it with my face. So the abilities all look pretty much the same still. Saving throws, senses. This is interesting. I'm pretty sure I don't have advantage on everything here on the skills. It says, well, some of that might be chopped off because of the way I set up the stream. Here we go. So it says your dexterity checks. Oh, it says advantage to end the grapple condition from my powerful build. I have advantage to end the grappled condition using acrobatics. Okay. It says the same on animal handling, arcana. Can I choose to use the arcana skill to escape a grapple? It just gave me every single thing has advantage to end the grappled condition. Ooh, you know what I want to use to end my grappled condition? Persuasion. No, please, sir. Please just let go. Let me go. I'm not not the droid you're looking for. So that's a little bit of a bug. They'll have to fix that, because I don't think that's supposed to be there on all of those. Just that's a minor thing. Not a big deal. So let's see. Oh, right. I don't have any inventory. Because I didn't want these. You know what? Let's just go ahead and we'll grab the starting equipment. Interesting. It allowed me to just add it again. So now I have all the cash from before and the extra equipment. Hand axe. We do want to go and buy a battle axe. Is that not searching? Oh, manage inventory. We'll just start off with a non-magical one. So we'll equip the battle axe and the great axe. Let's see how it looks different. So now we come back over to actions. We can see there's a little star for weapon mastery to remind you that you have that ability. So when you click on it, it's all your vital information. It says that I have proficiency with it. And then down here you have your ability, your weapon mastery ability. That's not bad. And then Great Axe just doesn't have that section. And then actions in combat, it includes topple. But it doesn't show Vex down. Oh, there it is, Vex. Ah, because it's in alphabetical order. I mean, you know, I guess that makes sense. Alphabetical order works. I have over there. Okay. So got those. Wonder, so like if I roll with the hand axe, 4. Well, that's kind of how I usually roll, so I suppose that's fitting. 5. Yep. See, I told you. That's how good I am. So what happens if I hit the damage? I was wondering if it would give you some sort of a notification or something to remind you, hey, you just hit with the Vex weapon, so you've got advantage on your next attack. What if I hit with the battle axe? I just rolled the damage. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you had the weapon mastery, if when you rolled damage, that means that you hit and you're doing damage, that it would give you a little pop-up or something just to say, hey, you have succeeded. So you have, go ahead and make, you can make your topple check or have them make their topple check. I feel like that would be an acceptable thing to just have a pop-up. I mean, just like you've got the dice popping up, maybe even down here in the dice box, it could say that, say something about, oh, well, you hit, make sure, do you want to topple, or you can topple now? Something along those lines. That doesn't seem overly difficult. Activate large form. Cloud's Jaunt. Rage. My wife has been using the playtest material in our campaign, and for a little while now. I think they're level 8 maybe. But she's trying to do it all on paper, and she's really more of a digital, have all this stuff remembered for her so she can see it. Which I find is a trait more associated with newer players. All my friends that have been playing D&D for, decades, they mostly prefer to still do it on pen and paper or pencil and paper. But I find that the new people that have come out since 5th edition tend to be more digital focused. As a computer nerd, I'm more digital focused in spite of also being an old school gamer, so kind of in the middle. Let's see, core barbarian traits. Savage attacker, here's my origin feat. Background information. Okay. All right, well, that's a quick look at building a character, and we found a couple little bumps in the road as far as program wise, and maybe a couple suggestions we could throw to them for improvements. It was a nice first run through on building a character. What happens if we try to create a background, a homebrew background? How much can we alter? This is something I was wondering, because they say that there will be rules on how to customize backgrounds in the Dungeon Master's Guide when it comes out. But I was wondering if they would have something in this edition, or like if they would have something in before the DMG comes out, if we would have that, since we don't actually know what it really does yet. Create a copy of a background. Edit the details of an existing background to make a homebrew copy. This will allow you to create variants of existing backgrounds. You can also add additional information in order to take advantage of advanced search, filtering, and character features. Excellent. Okay, so copy of soldier. Skill proficiencies, athletics, and intimidation. So we could change the skill proficiencies you would get. Tool sets, languages, standard equipment, background specific table name. For example, so if desired, you could add a background specific table for your background. For example, the criminal specialty on the criminal/spy background, you could add it after the initial save in the background specific section window. I don't think I understand what they're saying. On the criminal spy, you can add it after the initial save. Okay. Maybe we'll look at that one. Okay, so here, what happens if we... So we're just changing the name of it here, but I don't see... Languages, equipment, background, specific table, suggested characteristic, granted feat. Okay. Add a granted feat. Ooh. I did not expect it to allow us to add everything. I was just looking for a different starting fee, origin fee. But they are just all in here. Interesting. I feel like maybe they could at least have origin feats listed in their own subcategory. Legacy. Okay, so let's come back up here to the top. I'm going to suggest that there's no way that the boon of fortitude wouldn't be a starting feat. So we'll save that. Let's come up here to where it was listed, and we'll just put boon of fortitude. We're going to see what happens. I think I gotta go to the bottom to save it. Save changes. Okay. So now let's go back to our character builder. My characters. Suppose I could have named the Goliath Barbarian. Live stream testing. Now let's go to the background and see if that is an option. Custom copy of soldier. Boon of fortitude. And I gotta choose. Okay, so you can totally... I would not advise allowing your players to select this. I now know why they said that rules to customize the background would be in the DMG, and that you'd be able to do that with your Dungeon Master's permission, or working with your Dungeon Master to create custom backgrounds. If they would have restricted custom backgrounds to only allow origin feats, then they probably wouldn't have needed to do that, and they could probably put it into just the player's handbook. It should have been in the player's handbook. Anything that has to do with your character or building a character should be in the player's handbook. And saying that you have to do it with Dungeon Master's permission, everything is with the DM's permission. Permission's maybe not the right term. With the Dungeon Master's buy-in, I mean, after all, the Dungeon Master is the final say on everything that happens. But it's nice to know that they're going to let me take this here at first level. So let's see how that affects us. First level. Oh, it doesn't have my... Does it have my background copy of a soldier? Doesn't look like it gave me all my extra hit points. Background. I have Boon of Fortitude. Increase one ability score of your choice by 1. Your hit point maximum increases by 40. In addition, whenever you regain hit points, you can regain additional hit points equal to your Constitution modifier. Okay, but it did not give me my 40 extra hit points. Which, I mean, is, you know, good. I shouldn't be having this at level 1. Maybe I need to click through ability score. 1 for con, 2 for strength, since we already took con up another point with our epic boon. Lost my mouse for a second. There's all of our equipment. View character sheet. Yeah, it still didn't update my maximum hit points. I mean, I can override it and just say 55. But I shouldn't have to do that. It should add that in. Even though it shouldn't, because that's not a origin feat, but and it does list it, right? I did look at that. It listed it. Features, background. Social characteristics, appearance, features, and traits. Here we go. Yeah, it's got the fortitude health. Interesting. It lets you just change it right here on the character sheet. Boon of fortitude. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't update my max hit points. Maybe it's because it knows that I can't have that at this level. And so it's going to wait until I am that level. Maybe that's all that has to happen. So we'll just go to 20. I'm on fixed hit points at the moment. Okay, that's fine. He's good. Okay, now we don't need to level everything up. We're just seeing if it'll take it into account. Not sure that it did. So it's 245 with that. What about if we change our background to just a regular soldier? Then we go 225. It's only 20 points different. Should be 40 points different. Oh, because we have a different con score now, don't we? All right. Well, there you go. You can customize the backgrounds. That was one of the big things I was wondering about, is whether you'd be able to do that. So I'm glad that you are able to customize it, and I understand why they require your dungeon master's approval or whatever, so that you don't do something silly like add an epic boon feat that breaks the game anyway. All right, what else should we go look at? Let's see. I haven't looked a lot at the classes. The species. Interesting. So we have the D&D free rules. So if you aren't a paying subscriber, then you get dwarf, elf, halfling, and human. If you are paying, or if you have purchased the player's handbook rather, you also get the Asmar, the Dragonborn, the Gnomes, Tieflings, Orc, and Goliath. Still have these down here. I wonder how some of this legacy. So here's where we can see one of the differences, since I always call him Asmar, but apparently someone said that it's actually pronounced Asmar. So whatever. But because the Aarakocra are not in the new player's handbook. They don't get a legacy tag. They're just, the old version is what you get. With the Asmar, they are in the new book, so you get the legacy tag. This doesn't reflect the latest rules and lore. Good to know. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these. View the dwarf. I should bring up another window. Okay. I wanted to be able to compare and contrast the changes that they've made. So I'm bringing up, got the dwarf there. I'm not even seeing the legacy dwarf. We were told the old stuff would still be available. I'll show you what I'm scrolling through. So we have the dwarf. Do not have the... These are monsters of the multiverse. Maybe I just didn't scroll down far enough for the new dwarf. Dragonlance, Spelljammer, Strixhaven. Turtle package. Volos. Okay, I just hadn't scrolled down far enough. Okay, that's fair. You got to go all the way down. I wonder if there was a search function at the top. Trying to find it on my other few details. Okay, let's take the new dwarf. Dwarves were raised from the earth in the elder days by a deity of the forge. It doesn't say any of that. Let's do this. So here's the old one. So they updated the text a little bit. Dwarf name. This is the old one still. Okay, so the new one here jumps right into the play stats, the mechanics. There's a little bit of a blurb here for the species details, and then right into the mechanics. Whereas the old one had a lot of information, sub-races, but we don't have sub-races for the dwarf. Hey, sweetie.
Hi.
Oh, you're not quite in there. Come over here.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Ability score, age. Yeah, this is the old one. It's got a lot of information. Then you get to some of your sub-races. So this is just dwarf traits, sub-races, lots of different sub-races. So let's look at see anything that changed on the subspecies. I'm sorry, not subspecies. That would be derogatory in some fashion. The traits, humanoid, medium, 30 feet. Medium, 25 feet. So they were one of the races in the old version that got 25 feet of movement. So everybody got bumped up to 30, except for the Goliath, I think, is at 35. So the Goliath has far more speed than everybody else. 5 whole feet. They got dark vision. Yeah. 120 foot dark vision. So their dark vision goes up. Because everybody was 60 before. Now they have better. If you have dark vision, you can see in dim light within the specified range as if it were bright light, and in darkness within that range as if it was dim light. You discern colors in that darkness only as shades of gray. Dwarven resilience, not bothered by poison. Dwarven toughness. So this was, in the previous version, you had the resilience. The toughness was part of one of the sub-races, though, so that's a little different. So now you get the Dwarven toughness as just part of your base species. And then Stone Cunning is a bonus action. So I feel like in the playtest they just had this all the time, but that did feel a little overpowered, so I like that they moved it to a bonus action, if they did. And if it was always like that and I just didn't notice, then good job then. But as a bonus action, you gain Tremor Sense within a range of 60 feet for 10 minutes. You must be on a stone surface or touching a stone surface to use Tremor Sense. The stone can be natural or worked. I don't know that I feel like if you're touching a natural surface, it doesn't have to be stone. I mean, if you're on the ground, if you're just on dirt, would you not be able to also feel the Tremor Sense? I mean, I guess it's part of being, living underground all the time. So maybe the Tremor Sense wouldn't work as well on dirt. Creature with Tremor Sense can pinpoint the location of creatures and moving objects within a specific range, provided that the creature with Tremor Sense and anything it is detecting are both in contact with the same surface, such as ground, wall, or ceiling, or the same liquid, except that it won't work on liquid because it's not a stone surface, for the dwarf at least. It can't detect creatures or objects in the air, and it doesn't count as a form of sight. It doesn't count as a form of sight. So you can't use Tremor Sense to cast a spell that targets a creature you can see, for example. So if it says, you have to see the target to hit it, you won't be able to use Tremor Sense. It's true, there is rocks in the dirt. You're not wrong, but I don't know that I would call rocks in dirt a stone surface. But like I said, I'd let it go on dirt anyway. I mean, in theory, standing on a wood floor in the tavern, you would be able to feel the vibrations through the wood floor. But I suppose I probably wouldn't say that. I'd say it would need to be some sort of natural dirt or stone or rock, or probably not, if you're standing on a tree branch or something. There's some edge cases probably, but I wouldn't think that that would be hugely overpowered to allow him to do it on dirt also. So they also, it doesn't count as sight. They know the location. So if something's invisible, you'd know where it is, but you still can't see it. So you'd still be at disadvantage to hit it. Sorry, I'm talking through some of this that probably everybody else knows, but I don't know that I haven't ever had a character with Tremor Sense before, obviously. And I'm trying to think if I've run very many creatures that had Tremor Sense and how I played it. I know I've run some creatures with Tremor Sense, but I don't think anybody was invisible, so that interaction didn't come up. Okay. Now, as far as the dwarf loses the combat training, so they no longer have automatic proficiency with battle axe, hand axe, light hammer, and warhammer, which makes sense to me. I don't think that based on your species, you should know how to use a hammer or an axe. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I know it was more a point of dwarven culture as opposed to like an innate ability to use an axe, but I don't mind seeing that gone. It led to some interesting things. Somebody used to get, what was it? Didn't somebody used to have proficiency with armor? Yes, the mountain dwarf. Dwarven armor training. So this was a way that you could get some medium armor for a class that wouldn't necessarily normally get armor. If you want to be a wizard with medium armor or something, yeah, I don't know. But this was one way that you could have done it in the past. So that's gone because we don't have subspecies. Subspecies. That doesn't sound right either. Subrace doesn't sound good. Subspecies doesn't sound good. Okay. So those are the changes that we've seen for the dwarf. Let's go see what we have for, what's next? The elf. There's the new elf and the old elf. Well, what is there, a search up here? Surely. There we go. Still a bunch. No half species anymore. Half elf gone. Let's see. Elf names, subraces. So here's the elf traits that were there before. Obviously, the ability score increases have changed. We aren't doing that through that medium any longer. Where's my chat? Stone cunning. That's why it's limited to stone. Dwarves being miners and all. Well, I mean, that makes a certain amount of sense too, I suppose, but that's a good point. That's a good point. Back to elves. 30 feet, walk speed, size medium. I don't think that's changed at all. 30 feet, medium. Dark vision, 60 foot. And previously they had 60 foot. You can see in dim light within 60 feet as though it was bright light. Yeah. Keen senses and the perception skill. Elven lineage. Instead, we get elven lineage. Oh, no, we still have keen senses and trance and fey ancestry. Keen senses, trance, fey ancestry, and languages. Okay. Oh, right. And the elves here do have lineages or let's see. Wood elf legacy. Villain or wood elf. So do they not have the lineages? Subrace. Ancient divides among the elven people resulted in 3 main subraces: high elves, wood elves, and dark elves, who are commonly called drow. Choose one of the 2 subraces presented below, or one from another source. Did I miss them? Because, like, it says you pick one of the subraces. Or is this the old one? Am I looking at the old one here? I am. Here's the elvish lineage. Ooh, it takes me a minute sometimes. So the drow, dark vision up to 120 feet and dancing lights. Then they get fairy fire and darkness. Extra dark vision's good. Fairy fire is a pretty good spell. Darkness certainly has its uses. High elf gets prestidigitation.
Well, so they know prestidigitation. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace that cantrip with a different cantrip from the wizard spell list. I feel like that will frequently happen, that people are going to get rid of that one. I guess they just have that there for new people. So your first time in, then, hey, here's this. And then as you play a little bit, you have the opportunity to find something more useful. Not that that's not useful, but level 3, you get Detect Magic, always a good spell, and Misty Step. I mentioned earlier how much I like to teleport around. I find that to be immensely useful in combat. So those are pretty good spells. And the Wood Elf gets 35 feet of movement, so they're a little more fleet of foot. And Druid Craft. But it does not say they can change out Druid Craft. The Drow cannot change out Dancing Lights. Then they get Long Strider and Pass Without Trace. Pass Without Trace is good. Long Strider is okay. I think High Elf has probably got the best spells. Maybe followed by Drow and then Wood Elf. In my slightly less than expert opinion. And the next one is the Halfling. So let's go bring up the original Halfling. Ooh, not the half elf or the half orc. So halflings get 30 feet of movement. Brave, halfling nimbleness, luck, and naturally stealthy. You have advantage on saving throws you make to avoid or end the frightened condition. This is the new one. You can move through spaces of larger creatures. Luck, when you roll a 1 on a d20 test, you can re-roll the die. You must use the new roll. This one's always struck me as weird. You must use the new roll. If I can't imagine a scenario where you would roll a 1, want to re-roll it, and then be like, now keep the 1. Never understood why this was added in there. Can you guys think of a situation where you thought, well, I rolled a 1, I don't want it, I'm going to use my luck and re-roll it, and then wish that you had kept the 1? I can't think of what that scenario would be. If you can think of it, type something in the chat. Maybe, oops, I accidentally critted and killed the guy and I just wanted to knock him unconscious. I don't know. And naturally stealthy. You can take the hide action even when you are obscured only by a creature of at least one size larger. So brave, halfling nimbleness, luck. So originally, 25 feet of movement, so the movement went up. Lucky, brave, halfling nimbleness. You have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. Ooh, to avoid or end the frightened condition before, to avoid being frightened. So it doesn't say you can do that to end. You didn't used to be able to do that to end the condition, but now you can. Lucky, brave, halfling nimbleness. To prevent infinitely chaining ones, I suppose that makes sense. You have to take it. I mean, you could also just say you only do it once, but that makes sense to not chain ones. I'll go with that. That works. So what else did we get? Nothing else for the halfling. Brave, nimbleness, and luck, and naturally stealthy. Whereas before we had Lucky, brave. We did not have naturally stealthy. That must have been part of the Lightfoot halfling. So we didn't get anything from... Nothing carried through for the stout. I suppose that's all right. Save throws against poison. All right. There you have the halfling. Next, let's look at the human. Of course, there was multiple versions of the human. If you use the variant rules, which I think is pretty much what just got pulled through. Human traits. Size is medium. I do know that we can now be small. You can make small or medium characters that are human. You get a heroic inspiration whenever you finish a long rest. Heroic inspiration tells you if you, a player character, have heroic inspiration, you can expend it to re-roll any die immediately after rolling it, and you must use the new roll. If you gain heroic inspiration but already have it, it's lost unless you give it to a player character who lacks it. So you can at least pass it around to other players if you've already got it and you haven't used it and you get it for some reason. We kind of already use a rule like this, just a homebrew one at our table, but I guess it is pretty much the same. You can expend to re-roll any die immediately after rolling it. Although to be fair, a lot of times they'll roll, and then after the dungeon master says, "Oh, well, you failed," then they'll be like, "Oh, can I use my heroic inspiration?" And we usually just say yes. So we kind of let them find out if they were successful first before we use it. But it's similar to just a rule we use. Skillful, and so you gain an extra skill, you gain an extra origin feat. This is within the basic rules, within the player's handbook rules. This is the only way that you can get a feat from a background, or you can get one of the origin feats that isn't tied to a specific background. So with the backgrounds, whatever the background is, you get those stat bonuses and you get that feat. And this is the only way within the player's handbook that you can get a different origin feat with whatever background you want. And of course, we've already looked at, you can totally homebrew backgrounds in the new version. So if you want to make your own background feat, as long as your dungeon master agrees, not make your own background feat, but customize your background so that the stats that get boosted by the background and the feat you get, you can customize all of that. So as long as your dungeon master's okay with it, you can do that. So inspiration, a skill, and versatility. Whereas before you got human traits, none of that. Was that just variant human? Variant human. Skill and a feat. Gain one feat of your choice. Of course, in the old version, the feat of your choice was any feat, whereas now it has to be an origin feat. So it's a little bit more limiting now than what it was before, but it's still pretty powerful to be able to have two of those feats, because there are some feats that are pretty good, and there's some feats that are pretty good, but I would want on a character that it's not good. The stat bonuses of the background are not good for that particular feat. So this would be a good way to be able to get a different feat with your background. Okay, let's go look at the Asmar. The mouse keeps disappearing on me and jumping around. I wonder what the difference in these two is. I hadn't really paid that much attention. Oh, I don't know, because I don't have that one. This is the one I meant to click on. Right? Right. So let's get down to their traits. They have dark vision, or as we like to call it, normal vision, because everybody has dark vision. Healing hands, light bearer, so they can cast the light cantrip and they can heal a little bit. And they have resistance to necrotic and radiant damage. That's the old one. The new one, dark vision, healing hands, light bearer. Healing hands, light bearer, celestial resistance. I do not see. Celestial revelation instead. When you reach character level 3, you can transform as a bonus action using one of the options below. The transformation lasts for 1 minute or until you end it. Once you transform, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Once on each of your turns before the transformation ends, you can deal extra damage to one target. When you deal damage to it with an attack or spell, the extra damage equals your proficiency bonus, and the extra damage type is either necrotic for necrotic shout or radiant for heavenly wings and inner radiance. So every time you transform, you get to choose one of these options. That's nice. In the previous one, you were stuck with whatever you chose at character creation, but now you can choose. So you get wings and you can fly with heavenly wings. Inner radiance, searing light temporarily radiates from your eyes and mouth. For the duration, you shed bright light and a 10-foot radius, and dim light, another 10 feet. At the end of each of your turns, each creature within 10 feet of you takes radiant damage, and then your eyes briefly become pools with the necrotic shroud, and flightless wings sprout from your back temporarily. Seems kind of pointless. Creatures other than your allies within 10 feet of you must succeed on a charisma saving throw or have the frightened condition until the end of your next turn. Okay, the extra damage. Okay, so once on each of your turns before the transformation ends, you deal extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, so you still do damage here. Okay, so you can fly. Everybody around you takes some damage, or you can scare people. Now, in the previous version, that was all built into what subrace you were, but of course we don't say subrace anymore. We don't use subrace anymore. Now it is lineage, or what do they even call it anymore? Asmar traits. Okay, so this one doesn't have a lineage. Elves did. Was it called lineage on the elves? But you essentially get essentially those same powers: necrotic shroud, radiant soul, and radiant consumption. Frightened. The extra necrotic damage equals your level. Radiant soul. You transform. You have the flying speed. Yeah, they look very similar, if not word for word. So, the only nice thing is that now you get to select it each time you transform. So if in this particular fight, you really need a fly speed, then you can do the heavenly wings. Or if you want to frighten somebody, you can do necrotic shroud. I mean, you can always do the same one every time if you want, but it's nice that it gives you the option to pick and choose what you want to do each time you do it. So I felt like a design choice within the game in general with this new version was kind of to give players more choice, more options, more choice, like within the game, not just within the character creation. And that's why there's, like the weapon mastery feats and stuff that allow you to do different things other than just hitting for damage. So then you can switch weapons and have different effects added on, things like that. Which is why it really surprised me with the backgrounds that I thought that part of the reason that they were putting the ability bonuses in the backgrounds is so that you could have more variety in the kinds of characters you made. In the 2014 version, an orc wizard would fall behind all the other classes or all the other characters because they didn't get a bonus to intelligence, and so they were always just a little bit behind. And with this version, 2024, you can have an orc wizard and not fall behind. But it kind of opened up other options and other play styles and stuff, which I thought was good. But then when they force feats into specific backgrounds with specific bonuses, I think then it starts limiting again, which is why I'm glad that I discovered, at least within the character builder, we can create custom backgrounds for whatever it is we want to do. All right, Dragonborn. The Dragonborn, I know some of their changes. That is not how you spell dragon. So let's see. So the first Draconic Ancestry, Breath Weapon, Damage Resistance, Dark Vision. That's the first one that I noticed was Dark Vision. So you still get damage resistance. You get your Breath Weapon based on your ancestry. That's about all you got previously was your Breath Weapon and your resistance. Now you get your Breath Weapon and resistance, but you also get some flight and dark vision. It was always crazy to me that Dragonborn didn't have dark vision or normal vision. But then you also get flight at 5th level, though limited. It's still 10 minutes, and you can only do it a few times within a long rest, or just once. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. But it still gives you a fly speed and allows you to fly around. So that's nice also, without making it overpowered like the Aarakocra. So the Breath Weapon, though, changed a little bit. You'll notice that if we look over here at the old one, like the Black Dragon Ancestry gave you a 30-foot line, right? And the Gold Dragon gave you a 15-foot cone. And now you get to choose cone or line each time. So it gives you more options when you're using your spells. Maybe you want to do, you're gonna probably be able to hit more creatures with a cone than you are with a line. But a line could be more tactical if you've got party members mixed in with the bad guys, and then you can get a line that maybe goes in between party members and hits multiple bad guys without getting your party members. So it gives you some extra tactical options. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with an exhalation of magical energy in either a 15-foot cone or a 30-foot line. Then it's a dex save. On a failed save, they take the damage. So it allows you to choose line or cone each time, which is nice. That's just a nice quality of life, gives you other things, but also you can replace one of your attacks. I'm pretty sure the old one, yeah, use your whole action. So if you were a Dragonborn rogue in the old version and the new version, it's pretty much the same, because you can replace, in the new version, you replace one of your attacks, but if you're a rogue, you only get the one attack anyway. But if you're a fighter and you've got 2 or 3 attacks, in the old version, you could still just do your breath weapon. And in the new version, you can do 2 attacks and then do a breath weapon. Also, it looks like the damage is better here, or the old one is not as good damage-wise. 2d6, 3d6 at 6th, 4d6 at 11th. So it starts off at 2d6. Here it starts off at 1d10 and 2d10, 3d10, up to 4d10. This goes up to 5d6. So you start off with 2d6. So it looks like maybe the average is a little bit higher right at the beginning, but maybe levels off a little bit. Forcing feats is odd. Elven still get a sub, but dwarves and others do not. Yeah, that was strange also. And I saw somebody, oh man, I wish I could remember who it was. I saw one where they were talking about how some races or some species had sub, lineages or whatever, and some didn't. And they were talking about how they thought the reason that some had lineages and others didn't was because there was such difference in the lineages and how they look. Like, a drow and a high elf look drastically different and have drastically different lifestyles and cultures and all that kind of stuff. So they have big differences, whereas a hill dwarf and a mountain dwarf are, you walk into a bar and there's 2 of them sitting there, you wouldn't know which one was which just by looking at them or talking to them probably. So I thought that was an interesting way to put it. And the other ones I think I could see the tieflings having lineages. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that are in here. I mean, you could have some different lineages in the Asmar. Tieflings and gnomes are the only other, yeah, tieflings and gnomes with lineages. Okay. That's interesting. Gnomes, we'll see when we get to them, but to me, gnomes are gnomes. I don't want to disparage any gnome lovers. I had a gnome, arcane trickster that I played for 15 levels. So I love gnomes too, but forest gnome and rock gnome, I think they're just gnomes. Anyway, let's take a look at the next species after Dragonborn is the gnome. Haha, speak of the devil. No, I guess that'd be tieflings, right? Okay, speak of the gnome. And my pointer went haywire on me again. All right. So here's the old one. So the new one has dark vision, cunning, and then the lineages. So really all they have in the base is the dark vision and the cunning. 30 feet movement, because everybody does now. That's probably a boost. I'll bet gnomes. Yeah. So I was pretty sure I only had 25. 25 feet of movement. I think they were size small still. Right? Yeah. Dark vision and gnome cunning. The old version said you have advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic. This one, you have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throws. So not just against magic. They took away against magic. So if, I thought I'd remember hearing something about that. So if for some reason there's an intelligence saving throw that isn't against magic or wisdom or charisma, then you might, is the intellect devourer, would that be a intellect devourer? Oh no, I wanted the creature. And we'll just do it right here. Intellect devourer. So devour intellect. Yeah, it's a saving throw, but I wouldn't say that that's magic. Yeah, against this magic. It is magic. Anyway, that was a bad example, but it still stands to reason that there's probably intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws that I'm just not thinking of at the moment that are not magic in nature. Surely that exists. Yes, and don't call me Shirley. So then we have, see what else was the dark vision. Okay, let's see. Forest gnome. Yes, speak with beasts. And the minor illusion cantrip. So here, forest gnome, you get the minor illusion cantrip. You always have the speak with animals spell prepared. You can cast it without a spell slot a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So previously with the gnome, you could just talk to small animals. You didn't have to have the spell or to cast the spell. So, you know, I don't know that that's necessarily a downgrade all that much. I mean, you can cast it, you know, a few times without using a spell slot anyway. So how often are you doing it? I played my forest gnome as kind of a beastmaster, like not the ranger subclass, but like the old 1980 something movie, where I had, you know, I had mice and birds and stuff that I used as scouts all the time and were with me all the time, and I was able to talk to them. So that theme would not have worked if I had to use a spell slot each time I did it. But again, not that big of a downgrade really. So rock gnomes get artificer's lore and tinker. They can make a couple of little toys: fire starter, music box, clockwork toy. You have mending and prestidigitation. I don't think they had mending, did they? Or prestidigitation? Nope, though mending seems along the lines of tinkerer. Mending and prestidigitation. In addition, you can spend 10 minutes casting it to create a tiny clockwork toy, a fire starter, or a music box. So it's the same as before. For example, if you choose the spell's ignite extinguish effect, you determine whether the device ignites or extinguishes fire. The device doesn't do both. You can have 3 such devices in existence at a time. It uses the utilize action. So it seems like those are really pretty similar. I don't see where it changed a whole lot other than the no magic thing. Otherwise, gnome seems pretty similar to what it was previously. Okay. I keep scrolling up when all I have to do is hit the back button. Okay, so let's see. After gnome, we have Goliath. This was not a standard race previously. Like it was not included in the player's handbook. Don't have that one. I must have this one. So the Goliath traits, 35 feet of movement now, up from 30. So they got extra movement. Giant ancestry. You get to pick which giant you are related to. The cloud giant gives you a teleport. The fire giant allows you to add a little fire damage. The frost giant lineage gives you a little bit less damage, but also slows the opponent. The hill giant can knock someone prone. Stone giant allows you to reduce damage coming to you. And the storm giant allows you to hit somebody with a little lightning damage when they hit you. Choose one of the following benefits: a supernatural boon from your ancestry. You can use the chosen benefit a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So it is limited. They're all limited. So you can't just, toss the extra D10 fire damage on every attack for the fire giant. I like, like I said before, I like to teleport, so that felt like a really good one for me. But I absolutely see the benefit of the hill giants knocking someone prone, especially depending on your party. If you've got a bunch of melee people that can take advantage of the advantage. One of the campaigns I'm running right now, my wife is playing a Goliath. She chose Cloud for her ancestry, whereas instead of the hill giant, but that party is a fighter, a bard, and 2 paladins, so they've got plenty of melee. So it would be that hill giant would have been good in that one, though she uses takes advantage of the teleport pretty well, jumping around the battlefield, disrupting casters and things of that nature. Then you get large form, where you can make yourself big, make yourself large as a bonus action for 10 minutes, giving you advantage on strength checks, and your speed increases by 10. Advantage on strength checks. Okay, powerful build. You have advantage on any ability check you make to end the grappled condition. So that's how come on the character builder, when we had a Goliath earlier, it showed advantage on every single one of the skills, because you have advantage on any ability check you make to end the grappled condition. I don't know that that's necessary, because I don't think any dungeon master is going to let you use perception to break out of the grappled condition. Or I was going to say insight. I mean, I guess you could come up with like role-playing reasons why you could do each of them. Perception, you noticed they have a scar on their elbow, and so you twisted there and they weren't able to hold because they had an old injury. But I still don't think that it needed to show advantage on every single one of those, but whatever. In the old version of the Goliath, you just had the Stone's Endurance. You were essentially, all Goliaths previously were Stone Giant ancestry. Powerful build, you were bigger for carrying stuff, but now you also have advantage on the grappled condition, as well as being able to carry better. So that was a little bit of a buff there. Resistance to cold damage is gone, though. Proficient in athletics. I think the new one is a lot better just for the ancestry. Being able to, 5 extra feet of movement too, but being able to use those ancestry stuff, that's a lot of extra, like we were talking about earlier, that's a lot of extra tactics that people can use within the game. It gives players more options of things to do, especially if you're playing like a fighter or something that Your whole job is swing axe, do damage, swing axe, do damage. They've really given martial characters more to do. You know, whether that narrows the divide between casters and martials at higher levels, I don't know. We'll have to play some and find out. Okay, so that was the Goliath. Brings us to orcs. Orcs were not a race that you could play in the previous player's handbook. There was one that you could, though. And was this in Volos? Is that the right one? Volos? They had a lot more text on a lot more text on the races in the previous version than they do in the new version. I wonder if all that background, I don't have my actual physical book yet, so I can't know for sure, but I wonder if the or if there's all this lore and stuff is added to a different spot within the player's handbook. All the way down to the traits. Okay. So, well, there's far shorter block of traits here. 30 feet of movement. I'm sure that's the same. The old version had 30 feet. Dark vision. Dark vision. Ooh, 120 foot though. So they get extra dark vision. So their dark vision went up. They also have in the new version adrenaline rush. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. When you do so, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So you get a few temp hit points and can dash as a bonus action. I don't know that the temporary hit points are as beneficial as being able to dash as a bonus action. There's a lot of times you want just a little bit more movement, and I could really see an orc, traditionally playing a more martial type character, maybe not being able to get all the way into combat where they want to be. So I think being able to dash occasionally as an orc is a big benefit. And then they also now have the relentless endurance. When you hit 0, you instead drop to 1, one time in a long rest. Previously, they had more carrying weight. They were still aggressive. As a bonus action, can move your speed towards an enemy of your choice that you can see or hear. You must end this move closer to the enemy than you started. So the new version just lets you use a dash action and gives you temporary hit points. This one lets you just move towards an enemy as a bonus action. So then the question is, how different is that? If there's other abilities and stuff that work off of dash, then there would be, other riders or something you can tag on there maybe. There's probably some class skills and stuff that, maybe you can build off of the dash. Also, the temp hit points, you don't get temp hit points this time. Or in the old version, you don't get temp hit points. In the new version, you do. Just a few, but this one isn't limited to proficiency bonus times a day. So this one, you can move your speed as a bonus action every round. So that's a little bit of a, I don't know. Unlimited bonus action dashes versus temp hit points 2, 3, 4 times a day. Just a few. I don't know which one of those is better. That's a tough one. And then they get a few extra skills previously, and they don't get that now. And powerful build. So powerful build and additional skills previously. Whoa. I don't know. One of my players is currently playing a orc fighter playtest material stuff. It'll be interesting. Our next session, I'm gonna have them actually both roll up their characters on D&D Beyond, so we can see how they work a little differently. I think I said previously that my wife uses the digital tools a lot more than some of my other players, and one of the other players is the guy that plays the orc. So I know that my wife has trouble sometimes remembering everything on her character sheet and where she wrote it down. So she misses things like using her weapon mastery every once in a while. And so having it on the digital character sheet, I think, will help her remember to do it a little more frequently. So maybe I'll have to dial up the difficulty a little bit. I probably need to anyway. They aren't exactly struggling a lot with 2 paladins and a fighter and a bard. They're kind of tearing through everything. So the orc that my buddy's playing is a little different. Not sure how I feel about some of the differences. We'll have to see how it plays out when we get in there. Okay. And then finally, the newest tiefling is the last of the new races, species. So let's get tieflings. Yes, the tieflings also have, do they call them legacies? They do call them legacies. It's interesting. They call, for the elf and the tiefling, they have legacies. But for the Goliath, it has ancestry. I wonder if there's a reason that they chose to name it differently between those three. Okay, tiefling traits. Yes. She's back.
Hi.
Speed remains the same at 30. Size. Oh, the tieflings can be small now. That's right. They aren't all medium. You could have medium or small. Kind of want to play just a little imp tiefling. Tiny little 2 foot tall tiefling. And then they get their dark vision at 60 feet, which is what it was before. They get just resistance to fire damage and Infernal Legacy, which gives them the Thaumaturgy cantrip, Hellish Rebuke, and then Darkness. Whereas now, their Fiendish Legacy, depending on what kind of legacy it is, they get different. They still get the Thaumaturgy cantrip, but then they get different other spells depending on their legacies. So the previous one, the only cantrip they got was Thaumaturgy, and now they get another cantrip additional based on their legacy. So Abyssal gets Poison Spray. Chthonic, I'm guessing that's how that's pronounced, gets Chill Touch, and Infernal gets Firebolt. So each of them get a damage cantrip that they can do. 2 of them are ranged. Chill Touch is melee now. Then they get Ray of Sickness and Hold Person for Abyssal. Hold Person's a good one. Ray of Sickness. A lot of stuff is immune to or resists poison, so I don't know how good Ray of Sickness is really, but Hold Person is good. False Life and Ray of Enfeeblement for Chthonic, and Infernal gets Hellish Rebuke and Darkness. So those are all pretty good spells, really. False Life is really good. Depending on, I mean, you can see how many times can you cast it. When you reach character levels 3 and 5, you learn higher level spells as shown on the table. You always have that spell prepared. You can cast it once without a spell slot and regain the ability to do so, or to regain the ability to cast it in that way when you finish a long rest. So just once a day you can cast it. So, I mean, it is more temporary hit points than it was in the previous version. False Life was just 1d4 plus 4. Now it's 2d4 plus 4, so you're looking at an extra 2.5 average temp hit points. I had the invocation on a Hexblade that had that and would cast it all the time. So, because he could cast it for free. Ray of Enfeeblement. A beam of enervating energy shoots from you towards the creature within range. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a success, the target has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes until the start of its turn. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on strength-based D20 tests for the duration. During that time, it also subtracts 1d8 from all its damage rolls. The target repeats the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the spell on a success. So one of them, you just give them disadvantage on one. The other one, they get disadvantage on strength-based D20 tests. But if they aren't making a strength-based attack, if they're making a dex-based attack, or if they're doing, a spell of some kind, then on a failed save, they wouldn't even have the disadvantage. I don't know that they... I mean, I understand Ray of Enfeeblement, you're making somebody weak. I mean, that makes sense. But the wording on the two of them being different is a little bit interesting. At any rate, decent spells for all of these different Fiendish legacies. I've seen a lot of talk about the differences in these three legacies, but again, there's just a little bit up here about each of them. Not a whole lot of info. Kind of would want a little bit more. And like I said, I don't have my physical book yet, so maybe somewhere else within the book there's a lot more information about them. But there you go. So those are the species in the new player's handbook according to D&D Beyond. 4 of them from the free rules and 6 more from the player's handbook. So 10 total. Let's see what else we got. What else would you guys like to look at? I wonder what... Kind of curious about some of the monster changes, but we don't have any. I wonder, I mean, surely in the back, like we could look up, I'll bet in the back of the book there's a wolf. So they do have the 2024 version in here and the 2014 version. So we can compare a couple of things, but it's going to be, half a year before we see the actual monster manual, which I think is a little bit ridiculous, but surprisingly I didn't get a vote. So the dire wolf, AC is unchanged, large beast, unaligned. It doesn't specify natural armor next to it. Hit points are drastically larger in the old version than in the new version. That is interesting. So the new version, they are weaker. Stats are all pretty much the same. Yeah, the ability scores are the same. The old version had a little bit less perception, but that's it. I guess the new version does have dark vision. Did the old version not have dark vision? The direwolf didn't have dark vision? That's interesting. The old version did have keen senses, keen hearing and smell, whereas the new one does not appear to have keen senses. In pack tactics, the wolf has advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of the wolf's allies is within 5 feet of the creature and the ally isn't incapacitated. The wolf has advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of the wolf's allies is within 5 feet of the creature and the ally doesn't have yet. That's word for word the same. Is the font different? It takes up a different number of lines. Different, smaller? I don't know. Interesting. And actions, still bite. +5 damage, or +5 to hit. The old one did more damage at 10 instead of 8 on average. But the old one, you made a saving throw to be knocked prone. On the 2024 version, you're just knocked prone. Okay, so the old version is weaker. No, the old version has more hit points. The old version does more damage. But the new version knocks prone automatically instead of on a saving throw. So the question is automatic prone versus prone on a saving throw better? Or it's a drastic bit of difference on the hit points. From 22 up to 37 is like a 40% increase in hit points. Or a decrease because the new one has less hit points. Give me my keys. Give me the keys, Lisa. Bye. Yeah, the font is different. That's weird. Especially within the same screen. I mean, I feel like it should just be reading right off of the database. Like I wouldn't think the database is storing it in a different font. That's really weird. But everything that I've seen so far, the power level of the players is higher in this edition than it was in the previous edition. 2024 characters on average are doing more damage. Now, of course, not a whole lot of play testing yet, but and all the theory crafting and everything, the 2024 players are doing more damage than the 2014 players were doing. But it looks like, at least in this instance, the 2014 monster was more powerful than the 2024 version. So it's one thing I was really interested in, not having seen any creatures in the entire playtesting process, which was shocking to me. They have increased damage from the players, and I wanted to see if they made the monsters tougher to compensate so that it all evens out. But trying to do challenge ratings and stuff and using the challenge ratings to build encounters wasn't a great process previously anyway. There was definitely struggles, definitely holes in the process where challenge ratings didn't line up very well. But it seems like it's going to be even farther off as the player damage has gone up and the monsters have come down. I feel like the gap is going to be bigger. And it makes me wonder, when the actual monster manual comes out in 4 months, if it's going to be a big shock that things are going to be different than, again, I've just looked at one creature. We can look at some other creatures and find out if it's the same with just a regular wolf instead of a dire wolf. It really kind of does make them all feel like superheroes. Now, again, like we said, we haven't actually seen hardly any playtest, but they do feel, they feel so much more powerful, and monsters seem to be, each monster is a DM's character leveling up over time. Yeah. So the wolf, which is just a quarter CR, the new version, slightly weaker in armor class, hit points are the same. A little bit of a difference in perception, but that's hardly anything. A little bit better passive perception. Wisdom's just a +1 on both of them. I guess they're proficient in perception. Okay, so that can be accounted for with, they took away keen hearing and smell in 2024 and just gave them the perception bonus. So that makes sense. So that's kind of a wash. Pack tactics looks like it's the same. The damage is less. So yeah, this wolf, the 2024 wolf, is also weaker than the 2014 wolf. 2014 Orcus versus 2024 Orcus. I don't know that I don't know what all, let's not go up there, let's go right here. I wouldn't think I have Orcus yet. Yeah, no Orcus yet. We're gonna have to wait for the monster manual for that one, or maybe the DMG, I don't know, or some module. But that is not, Orcus is not showing up in the player's handbook. So the stats are listed at level 1, and DM has to add for higher level encounters. I am DM dumb. No, the way that it works, when you're building encounters, let's go back to the wolf. So like you have a dire wolf that is a challenge rating 1, right? And then you've got like the regular wolf is a challenge rating quarter. So then there's, charts and stuff and calculations and algorithms. Luckily, there's a lot of online tools that'll do it for you, so you don't have to, math. But it'll tell you this, like, a certain number of challenge rating 1 dire wolves is a medium level fight for a party at this level. So it tells you that when you're building an encounter, how to build it so that it matches up. In fact, we can even come in here, create. Okay, let's go to my encounters. Anybody playing in my campaign that's watching this, don't look at those existing encounters. You haven't gone through some of those yet. So like if I've got an average party level 8, I've got 4 characters of level 8. So then when I'm adding stuff in, like a wolf or a dire wolf, I can add one in, and you can see up here in the corner, although it's a little bit off my screen right now. Let's scoot it over just a little for now. So you can see there that it's telling me this is like a trivial encounter for my level 8 party because they're pretty stout. We can throw in a winter wolf. Actually, I do have an encounter with wolves they're getting ready to do. But you can see like 2 winter wolves and 1 wolf would be an easy encounter. And the more you add to it, then the more difficult it gets. However, it's not very, the calculation isn't very good as far as calculating when you start adding a whole bunch of different monsters. Like the CR, the challenge rating of each animal or of each monster is good at judging the power level between the two different monsters, but trying to calculate it to get it all put together is more art than science. Spell changes, conjure animals. Yeah, I haven't looked at a lot of spells yet. Like I said, I don't have the books yet. I don't have the book yet, so I just got access to all of this. So the only thing that I can really look at is when other people talk about it online. Yeah, post-COVID. Well, there you go. They're post-COVID monsters. They're still just a little bit weaker. They haven't fully recovered. My parents are currently recovering from COVID and are drastically weaker than normal. This seems to be a low CR adjustment. Less hit points, more prone. Yeah, so for the wolves specifically, yeah, they're quicker to kill, but they will knock you prone more often. So, I mean, maybe it's a trade-off. Yeah. I mean, I took a group of level, I don't know, at the time they were 13 or 14 characters, 13 or 14th level characters into a kobold mine, and almost killed everybody. And it wasn't because of the traps, though the traps were pretty good. But the just like swarms of low CR creatures just are brutal, and just, plink plink, 1, 2, 3 points of damage every round isn't much. But when that happens, when you got 20 creatures attacking you and they hit half the time, then you're taking 20, 30 points of damage a round, and you can't kill that many of them that quickly. So yeah, calculating doing encounter balance is tough sometimes. Let's go look at that conjure animals. I know the conjure spells have changed dramatically. Let's see. So let's bring up the new spell here, and the old spell over here, so we can compare and contrast. This is the old spell. So one of the big differences in the spells is, so in this one, conjure animals, you're conjuring actual animals, isn't it? Where, yeah, this one you just get an aura or an emanation, I think they're calling it. So like the old version, you actually had creatures that you were summoning, which, depending on what options you chose, could really bog down the game. If I were to do it, because both of them you're just summoning spirits, but in the old school version, you summon face spirits that take the form of beasts and appear in unoccupied spaces that you can see within range. Choose one of the following options. You either got one beast of rating 2, 2 at rating 1, 4 at half, or 8 at a quarter. So like, I mean, like we were talking about how swarms of creatures were more dangerous than individual creatures. So, having 8 quarter rate, 1/4 rating creatures, you could really take advantage of the numbers in a lot of situations. So this one, you're actually summoning creatures. And so then you've got, 8 beasts, 8 wolves, for example, that are going in every round and trying to attack somebody and knock somebody prone. And they've all got advantage from their pack tactics. So, they're rolling with advantage and trying to knock people prone. And that's a lot of attack rolls, that's a lot of saving throws, and it can really bog things down. But like I said, 8 quarter rating monsters is usually better than 1 challenge rating 2 creature. So everybody always goes with the more creatures. The new version, to fix that, you conjure nature spirits that appear as a large pack of spectral, intangible animals in an unoccupied space you can see within range. The pack lasts for the duration, and you choose the spirit's animal form, such as wolves, serpents, or birds. I'm going to go with banana slugs or tree frogs. You have advantage on strength saving throws while you are within 5 feet of the pack, so they really boost my strength. And when you move on your turn, you can also move the pack up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Now that's interesting. You can move them 30 feet, but if you're a Goliath, then you could outpace them. You could be running too fast and they wouldn't be able to keep up with you. I feel like you should be able to move them, whatever your movement is. But, whatever. Whenever the pack moves within 10 feet of a creature you can see, and whenever a creature you can see enters a space within 10 feet of the pack, or ends its turn there, you can force the target to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d10 slashing damage, and a creature makes this save only once per turn. So whenever the pack moves within 10 feet of a creature, or when a creature you can see enters a space within 10 feet of the pack or ends its turn there, you can force it to make a dexterity saving throw. So it's doing some damage. I can see where, even if it, see, that's the thing, if I had 8 wolves attacking at advantage, I'm going to be doing more than 3d10 slashing would do. So I feel like the other conjure animals, while bogging down, would do more damage. Plus, then the wolves are eating up attacks from the opponents, so that's protecting you some as well. Yeah, I see the design intent to simplify and make it easier to, manage the game and keep people engaged, because everybody else isn't waiting while you make 20 attacks with whatever creatures you summoned. So I can see where this would make it less of a headache. I can also see where this could be abused some with movement, like I could cast the spell, move it to somebody, and they take the damage, and then somebody could grapple and drag them into the AoE, and they would take damage, and then they could let go, and then somebody else could hit them with like an Eldritch Blast or with a bludgeoning weapon and the Crusher Feet and knock them back into the area. So I could see where you could get, if you're playing with good tactics with you and your party, you could get some multiple hits with this one, though. Of course, with the wolves, with 8 creatures out there, you could also get a bunch of opportunity attacks here and there too. Yeah, this one. I like this one. You can increase the damage with a higher level spell slot, but it's only D10. Of course, it's just a 3rd level spell. It's 3d10 plus 1, so you can get it up to 9d10 if you used a 9th level spot, but I can't imagine you would use a 9th level spot on conjure animals. Do you know if the 2024 Player's Handbook kept the fighter's sweep ability? That's always useful for murdering monsters. Under the sweep ability, like the cleave, where you hit somebody and then you hit somebody next to him. Is that what you're referring to? Oh, the pack is a large creature. No. When for pack tactics, for that particular ability, each of the wolves are an individual creature within the, on the map or in the order, whatever. And so they just get advantage whenever they have an ally next to them. That's all that it means. So they don't count as it's not like a swarm. There are a few creatures in the game, like there's a swarm of bugs or a swarm of snakes that counts as one creature, but is, you know, a whole bunch of snakes. But for the most part, everything is its own creature. That's true. Loses a lot of out of combat potential as well. With this spell, you could totally do the previous version. You could summon a bunch of wolves and have them go scout out and look ahead down the path, spring any ambushes, even spring traps. Because, I mean, it's not like they're real animals. You don't have to feel bad about it. They're just nature spirits that when they become dismissed. So in the new version, you conjure nature spirits that appear as a large pack of spectral. They're intangible, so I wouldn't think they would trigger any traps. I wonder if, I mean, obviously you can see the area that they're in. They're not invisible, they're just spectral. So I suppose it's possible you could maybe have them be triggered, like an ambush or something. You know, if there's an ambush of goblins waiting down the hallway, you could run this down the hallway and maybe they'd see it and pop out. Try to attack the pack of wolves, maybe. Who knows? Sweep lets a fighter attack every monster surrounding them. If they are each under 1 hit dice, goes back to 2nd edition, but that was the last Wizards of the Coast edition I DM'd for pre-ordering these books. Yeah, I don't know that sweep is really, depending on the weapon you have. They have weapon masteries now, and weapon mastery, some of them, fighter weapon masteries, some of them can kind of course they don't have them listed here. Like cleave. Let's see if I can just find cleave as an example. Cleave has the property, if you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can make a melee attack roll with the weapon against a second creature. So it kind of simulates that a little bit, where you roll an attack on one goblin and then you can go on and hit the other one. It's similar. There may be some, I can't think of anything in the fighter class particularly, but there is, I think, a ranger subclass that might have something similar. Thank you. Good. Let's see if we can find. Did my computer freeze on me here? My computer froze on me. Are you guys still there? Did I lose you? I hope I didn't lose you. Okay, Ranger's back. 2024. Let's look at the Hunter. Is that the one? Yeah, the Hunter has some stuff kind of like what you're talking about. I felt like it did. Horde Breaker. Once on each of your turns, when you make an attack with a weapon, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature. There's something later on, I thought. Maybe that was in the previous version and not this version. Fey Wanderer. That may have been a different... That may have been in the old version. There was one. It was. I felt like it was part of this one, and part part of Horde Breaker, there was something later that I thought let you hit more than one, or hit everybody adjacent to you. I mean, there's some spells and stuff that do things like that too, that just hit everything right around you. So maybe not for the fighter, but maybe for like a spell wielding martial character. Yeah, I still play second edition every once in a blue moon. I think we're going to have one coming up in October. A bunch of my buddies from, 30 years ago when we played, that we've all left and moved to other parts of the world and get together every once in a while. But this will be our first time back together since COVID hit. We used to get together once a year. This is the first one since COVID. Let's see. What else do we want to check? Oh, well, there was a spell. Get conjure animals. The broken spell. Conjure elementals. And I think it's conjure minor elementals. And it's thinking again. Apparently, there's a lot of people hitting their website today now that they just have given everybody access. I believe it's this one, Conjure Elemental, or is it Conjure Minor Elementals? Is that even a... Let's look at this one. See if it's Conjure Minor Elementals. Yeah. You conjure spirits from the elemental plane that flit around you in a 15-foot emanation. Aura. 15-foot aura. For the duration. Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals an extra 2d8 damage when you hit a creature in the emanation. This damage is acid, cold, fire, or lightning, your choice. In addition, the ground is difficult terrain. So this isn't huge in and of itself at 4th level, 2d8 extra points of damage, but you have to keep in mind that that is 2d8 points of damage on each hit. So if you had this spell and say on a fighter and are able to get off, like 3 or 4 attacks, like if you're an Eldritch Knight or something, or a wizard. No, see, a wizard. What was it? Like a wizard with the Blade Singer wizard, or the Valor Bard. I think that's the one where everybody was able to take advantage of this one, where you're getting 2-3 attacks around, and so each of them is doing 2d8. So now you're doing 6d8 extra damage. If you could manage to get the Eldritch Blast cantrip, then each of those bolts is going to have extra damage. And I believe the Valor Bard, or Moon Druid, I believe the Valor Bard can also substitute one of its attacks for a cantrip. So you could have like 3 attacks around, or even 4 if you're using offhand dual wielding, and then replace one of those with an Eldritch Blast for 3 bolts. So you're getting 6 stacks of 2d8, 12d8 extra damage. And that's just if you cast it at 4th level. Where it really blows up is the fact that, like the previous one we looked at, just went up by 1d8 per level. This one goes up 2d8 per level. So at 5th level, you're at 4d8. At 6th level, you're at 6d8. 7th level, you're at 8d8. 8th level, you're at 10. And 9th level, you're at 12. So you're doing 12d8 if you're having to use a 9th level spell slot, but you're looking at 12d8 extra damage on each hit. And if you're doing a Valor Bard and subbing in an Eldritch Blast, then you got 12d8 times 6, which is 72d8 extra damage. That's a lot of extra damage in a round. And so, yeah, I would not be surprised to see some sort of errata come out saying, hey, this was supposed to be a 1d8, or it was supposed to go up 2d8 every 2 levels or something. Because this one seems problematic. Yeah, the Moon Druid, depending on the Moon Druid, what kind of Moon Druid you are, or what kind of beast you change into. That's something we should go look at, the Moon Druid. Gonna have a lot of new stuff to learn later this month. Yeah, if the new system is too different, these books may end up gathering dust on my shelf. Well, the good news is 5e and 5.24, I don't know what everybody's agreed to call this one. This edition is designed to be fairly easy to learn and play. So hopefully you won't have too much trouble and you won't have wasted any money on the books. While I liked 2nd edition quite a bit, I do find 5th edition not lacking in any way versus 2nd edition, but much easier to adjudicate the different rules and stuff than in 2nd edition. So I know that when I've brought in new players that have never played before, they're able to pick up the game pretty quickly, and it's all designed to be pretty easy to run too. So that's the one thing I will say about 5th edition, and hopefully this edition as well, is that it is pretty easy to run and learn. So I don't think you'll have a problem there. Oh no, crave all the attention you want. I still don't understand the new conjure animals. Is it a 20-foot sphere or a large creature with a 10-foot aura? It is both and neither. What are we looking at? Conjure animals. Conjure animals. Now, what in the world are you bringing up here? None of this looks anything like conjure animals. Okay. I've broke D&D Beyond. Conjure. See, this is the 2014. I want the 2024. There we go. Okay, so nature spirits that appear as it appears. Let's see. You conjure nature spirits that appear as a large pack of spectral and tangible animals in an unoccupied space you can see within range. An unoccupied space would indicate a single, like if you're using a grid system, a single 5x5 space. The pack lasts for the duration, and you choose what they look like. Okay, you have advantage on saving throws while you're within 5 feet of the pack. So it's just taken up 1 square, and when you're within 5 feet of it, you get that advantage. Whenever the pack moves within 10 feet of a creature, or when it moves, or when a creature you can see enters the space within 10 feet of the pack, so they occupy 1 space, like a 1 square on a chessboard, and anything that gets within 2 squares of it has entered within 10 feet of the space. Why not? Let's see if maybe putting up a map would help at all. So here I've got, a goblin here. But let's just say like this goblin is the conjured animals. Okay. He can be visible. And so if this goblin here, he's fine right now. But if he was within 10 feet, which is 2 squares, 10 feet, then he would be entering into the area around the creature. So we can also show this with an overlay. Oh, no, I just want to move. No, no, no. What are you doing? Come down here to tokens. Okay. So we can also do this with an overlay. If we create a, I'm going to create it as a square. One more. There we go. So like here would be 10 feet in any direction from the conjured animals. So anything that enters into that area would be subject to the effect. The pack, whenever the pack moves within 10 feet of a creature, or when a creature, or whenever a creature you can see enters a space within 10 feet of the pack, you can force the creature to make a saving throw. So the two possibilities are, hey, he moves into this area of the conjure animals, and then they lash out and grab him and do damage. And the other option is, I wonder if I can put a border, not a big enough border. Okay. The other option is that then the pack moves over into his area, and then he would take damage from it. So the pack just occupies 1 square. So, come on. Yes. So like if we have player character here, Mira. Come on. Now I want to move the overlay. Nope, I don't want to make a new one. I want to move the existing one. There we go. So essentially the conjured animal is here. And then Mira is the player character, and then you got your goblin. So when it says 10 feet from something, like every square adjacent to the conjured animals is within 5 feet. So like now Mira is within 5 feet of the conjured animals. 5 feet of the conjured animals, right? And the goblin is 5, 10, 15, 20 feet away. But because of the way that they do the measurements, 10 feet away would be 10 feet this way. So 2 squares to either side, and above and below and diagonal. Now, to make things easy, we don't usually try to calculate the hypotenuse of the triangle. So even though it's technically farther to this square than it is to this square, it's all just 10 feet away. So 10 feet radius from here, or within 10 feet of the conjured animals is there, which is interesting because if it was just something with a 10-foot radius, then it would just be 20 feet. So some spell that says it has a 20-foot radius is just like this. A 10-foot radius. I may have said 20 foot. But yeah, does that help understand it all, being able to see it on a map? Did that make more sense? Did I accidentally help in some fashion? Because that would be awesome. What were we talking about? Let's go look for the druid. Oh, we can come up here and go this way. Okay, good. I'm glad that helped. If you have more questions, totally ask up. I mean, there's a few other people here on the stream, but people are just going to come and go as they will. So if you need help on anything, I'm more than happy to do whatever I can. And I'm a very visual learning kind of person, so being able to see it on a map is very helpful for me. Let's look at the Druid and the Old Druid. Because I want to see how the wild shape ended up. The old version of wild shape, especially with the Moon Druid, but we need to look at wild shape specifically. Wild shape. Okay, wild shape. Starting at second level, you can use your action to magically assume the shape of a beast that you've seen before. You can use this feature twice. You regain expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. And then the size of creature you can change to varies based on the level that you are and the kind of druid that you are too, to a certain extent. So like in general, you can start off changing into a wolf, and then at a certain level you can get, bigger challenge rating to like a crocodile. Early on you can't have a fly or a swim speed, then you can get swim speed and eventually a fly speed. But you actually changed into those characters. So when you changed into a wolf, you actually took this doesn't even have all the stats for the wolf. You actually took the stat block of the wolf. And so I liked that ability to be able, to actually have the wolf's abilities. It allowed you to be a wolf and have the pack tactics so that you could like knock people prone, or change into a giant spider and spider climb, right? And those are all like the abilities that the animals have that differentiate them from other animals is what made the wild shape fun. I believe that is no longer, well, maybe it is the case. In the playtest, you were given generic stat blocks. And I'm pretty sure they changed that where you actually get to be a creature again. Maybe. Wild shape. This is the new version, the 2024. The power of nature allows you to assume the form of an animal. As a bonus action, tooltip not found. How did they know my high school nickname? You change, I don't know, I wonder what's supposed to be there. Into a beast form that you have learned from this feature. See known forms. Okay, so you get to select a certain number of forms that you know. So that way there's not as much paralysis by analysis. You aren't looking for, looking through 50 different stat blocks trying to find the exact right one. You have certain ones that you've pre-selected that you know. So it's a happy medium. I can live with that. You stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level, or until you use the wild shape again, have the incapacitated condition, or die. You can also leave the form early as a bonus action. Number of uses, you can use it twice. You regain 1 whenever you finish a short rest. So that gives you more if you take a lot of short rests, and you get them all back at a long rest. Known forms. 4 beast forms for this feature. Choose from among beast stat blocks that have a maximum challenge rating of 1/4 and that lack a fly speed. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one of your forms with another eligible form. So it looks like you still can pick any animal. I think that's good. Having played a druid once, if we were going into combat, I almost always chose the same form, depending on what level I was, whatever, the best form for the way my playstyle was. So, like, I heard a lot of talk of the reason they wanted to do like generic stat blocks for the beast, and then you can just flavor it however you want, was because people were trying to decide which animal to change into every time. And my experience was I almost never changed into a whole bunch of different kinds of characters. I was always changing into the same creature. A giant scorpion at one point, because I could grapple two people and still sting with my stinger. So I was getting lots of attacks and I was controlling the battlefield. But then if I was trying to scout ahead, like in a dungeon, maybe I'd change into a rat or, a spider. Or if we're in the forest, maybe I'd change into a bird. There wasn't a lot of trouble deciding what I was going to be, because I knew the best, outside of game time, in between sessions, I figured out which stat block was going to be best for me for combat. And then if I needed it for utility, then I knew what feature I was looking for and I could figure it out pretty quickly. I need something with water breathing. I'll turn into a fish, or whatever. So I never really found that like I was overwhelmed with choices. Now, I'm not a new player. I'm an experienced player. So a newer player may be more overwhelmed with being able to change into any animal. But I think that's more, I don't think that was an actual play issue. I think that was more of a conceptual issue where a player might not choose to make a druid character because they felt like they were going to be overwhelmed. I don't know any druid players that after building the character felt overwhelmed. But, what do I know? Rules while shapeshifted. While in a form, you retain your personality, memories, and ability to speak. That's new. You didn't used to be able to speak. And the following rules apply. Temporary hit points. When you assume a wild shape form, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your druid level. Equal to your druid level. That's not as many as I would want to have. That's not very many at all. I mean, most games end around level 10. So you're telling me that when you wild shape, you'll never have more than like 10 temp hit points? Do you get additional hit points? Maybe I should continue reading. Your game statistics are replaced with the beast stat block, but you retain your retain your creature type. Hit points, hit dice, intelligence, wisdom, charisma scores, class features, languages, and feats. You also retain your skills and saving throw proficiencies and use your proficiency bonus for them, in addition to gaining the proficiencies of the creature. If a skill or saving throw modifier in the beast's stat block is higher than yours, use the one in the stat block. Okay, so you do get all of its hit points and everything. Okay. No spell casting. You can't cast spells, but shape-shifting doesn't break your concentration or otherwise interfere with your ability with a spell you've already cast. So you can cast minor elementals or, conjure animals or whatever. And you gain, you can still concentrate on that. Yeah, I thought it was twice your level. Well, I thought you were getting temporary hit points equal to what the beast's hit points were. I didn't think it had to do with our level. Objects. Your ability to handle objects is determined by the form's limbs. Okay, well, that makes sense. Wild companion. You can summon a nature spirit. So when do you... Okay, I think I missed something. The power of nature allows you to assume the form of an animal. As a bonus action, you something into a beast form that you have learned from this feature. You stay in the form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level, or until you wild shape again, have the incapacitated condition, or die. So you don't get knocked out of the shape. In the 2014 version, if you changed into a wolf, for example, then you got the wolf's hit points. So you would have 11 hit points. And then when those 11 hit points were gone, you got knocked out of the form and went back to where the hit points you had. So it was kind of like a buff of, just a bunch of hit points added to you. So now you get the temp hit points. So it's a little bit of a buffer. Though, like, at level 3 or 4, it's just, 3 or 4 temporary hit points. And then you get the animals, right? The animals, you retain your creature. You get the beast stat block, but you retain your creature type, hit points, hit dice, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Okay, so you still have your hit points. So when you run out of the beast hit points, you don't just revert back. You can choose to stay in the form, and it just costs you your hit points when you get hit. Okay, I suppose that makes it less likely to take a ton of damage, or to use wild shape as almost a healing. In the past, you go change into something with a whole bunch of hit points. You get knocked down to one hit point or something, then you could shape change into something with a whole bunch of hit points, and then it would buy you a bunch of time. Now I suppose you get a few temporary hit points to help, but it's not automatic that you just have a ton of hit points. You still got your hit points. So I suppose that would technically be quite a debuff on the way that works. However, again, Mammoth would be a good choice. However, I'd have to see how it plays, because being in the beast shape really isn't all that powerful overall on its own. I mean, heck, let's go look at the Mammoth. Well, and even then, you can't go above a CR1 normally anyway, unless you are a Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Moon, I think, lets you change into bigger creatures. The Mammoth. That's the 2014. Must not be a Mammoth in the 2024. That's okay, we'll look at the 2014. Yeah, 126 hit points. But it is a challenge rating 6. So let's see when you would be able to do that. Circle of the Moon. Circle forms. You can channel your lunar magic when you assume a wild shape. Wait. Yeah, it was Circle of the Moon. The maximum challenge rating is equal to your druid level divided by 3. So it wouldn't even be until level 18 that you could turn into a mammoth. So you'd be level 18 as a mammoth. And I mean, 25 points of damage, 29 points of damage. That's pretty good. But you can only do one or the other. So you're only looking at, 20 to 30 points of damage as a round. So if you're a level 18 druid, I feel like you can easily do more than 20 to 30 points of damage around. So even in the particular wild shape where you can change into bigger creatures, it's still not a very good option for combat. It was before, because it was like getting 126 free hit points that you can use to buy more time, to stay alive longer, do a little bit of damage, and live a lot longer. But now at 18th level, you're only getting 18 temporary hit points, and anything you're fighting at 18th level is probably doing 18 points of damage to you in a round anyway. So you lose all your temp hit points immediately. So the benefit of shape change, getting all the extra, one of the benefits, getting all the extra hit points, kind of gets wiped out, and you're not doing very much damage. Yeah, I'll have to play it, see how it works out. But I feel like there's probably way better subclasses for the druid than changing into that. Oh, okay, well, here we go. The slight change. Let's back that up. Beep, beep. When you're Circle of the Moon, you get better armor class, but also the number of temporary hit points you get is 3 times your druid level. So at 18, when you're a mammoth, you don't get 18 hit points, you get 54 hit points, temporary hit points. So it's a little bit bigger of a buffer, but it's still not, 126 that the mammoth has. So a little bit different. Some new spells, improved circle forms. You do get some extra damage. Each of your attacks in wild shape form can deal its normal damage type or radiant. So it doesn't do more. Oh, you got to add your wisdom modifier to your constitution saving throws. You're tougher. So it doesn't do more damage. It's just you get to choose to do radiant or otherwise. Moonlight Step, you can transport yourself. Lunar form. So if you take a lunar form, improved circle forms. Once per turn, you can do an extra 2d10 radiant damage. Whenever you use Moonlight Step, you can take another creature with you. Yeah, Shepherd Druid would be rough. Although Shepherd Druid is not a subclass within this version. But it's supposed to be backwards compatible, so you should be able to use Shepherd Druid as long as you follow the rules for the backwards compatibility. But yeah, the Shepherd Druid, without having a bunch of other guys around, isn't going to help you much. I've played a Moon Druid, but I've had 2 different buddies play a Circle of the Stars. Starry form seems pretty good. They seem to be doing a lot of damage with it. Moon, land. Circle of the Land is interesting because now you get to choose each time you take a long rest instead of picking at character creation. It would suck to pick Polar Land as your druid level, or as your druid's land circle, and then playing a campaign that ends up in a desert. Although I suppose you still get the spells. I mean, it's just be weird. Yep, it'll be interesting to see how that one works out. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, I mean, there's been, a lot of content creators were given access to the books, quite a while ago, and were able to make videos about it, on August 1st. So they've had a month worth of putting out videos about stuff. The problem that I've run into is not having the book, and just today getting access to this information online. All I can really learn about anything is what somebody else decided to talk about in another video. And even then, all I can do is trust that what they're saying is accurate and that they happen to read the part that I'm interested in, because there was just no access to anything. I have access to the information now on D&D Beyond, but like I said, when I was looking at some of the new species, there's not a whole lot of information on each individual species, like no lore or anything like that. And I'm guessing that maybe that stuff shows up somewhere else in the book. and it's just not on the class description here, or maybe that's in the DMG. Or maybe they want it to be more generic and that doesn't show up anywhere, and that's all up to the dungeon master to do. Who knows? I don't know. My book should be coming at some point in the next couple of weeks, so you know I can find out then. But until then, I don't really know. I wonder if I just look up, instead of under species, let's just look up elf. And not under species, just monsters. Sea elf, astral elf, generic elf. Give me generic elf. Elf races. So that's legacy. Elf races 2024. Elf compendium. This is just information about. This one might be. Is this the 2024 version? I think so. Character origins. So this one, I mean, it has a little bit of information about it, but not a whole lot. That's interesting. Yeah. I certainly want to figure out at some point where there might be more information to see about each of them. Let's see, what do we... Let's go look at some of the feats. There were some pretty big changes to feats. Ooh, before that, I want to look at magic items. Are there any magic items in the new version? Or were there changes to any of the magic items? I don't see anything that says legacy anywhere. What about just adamantine armor? The suit of armor is reinforced with adamantine, one of the hardest substances in existence. While you're wearing it, any critical hit becomes a normal hit. But it doesn't, you know, this is just the basic rules 2014. I wonder if there's any equipment. Hello, welcome to the channel. Anybody that's new on here, if you have any questions, anything you want me to look up or talk about, let me know. We're just kind of cruising around and looking at stuff that we have access to now. But yeah, the ability scores come from the background now and not from the species. One of the things I did, one of the first things I did when I got on here was I did build a character. I was playing around with different options on things to do. So like the new version, Acolyte will give you, where is it? View detail page. Show me the detail page. You devote yourself to the service in a temple, either nestled in a town or secluded in a secret grove. It's not showing me. Am I just not seeing it? This is the 2024 version. It doesn't tell me what I get these 2 skill proficiencies, these tool proficiencies, and this equipment. But it does it not show me where I get bonuses to my stats? And it doesn't tell me what feat I get. This is the new one. That is weird. Tell you what, let's go. We'll just go right back into the character builder and we'll take a look at some of this stuff. My characters. I have 1 or 2. So here's the one we made. Let's go in and manage him. We're going to de-level him a bit. So level 1, this is, I wonder what's in the optional manager. Nothing yet. So this is the new barbarian. We've got our core traits. You get a couple of skills. Rage, unarmored defense, weapon mastery. Weapon mastery I think is going to be fun. If you go to backgrounds, then this is where you could say, so we have all the core rules here. To choose from. So we could go with an acolyte, or they've got the core rules, and then they've got legacy ones. So these are the ones that from before, the previous ones. And I've got some homebrew stuff here, and this is where I messed around with some stuff. But so like soldier, you would get a skill to choose. Say perception, you'd get a gaming set. But then you're forced into the savage attacker feat. And this is where I have problems with the backgrounds. So savage attacker, which is not great. And then the ability scores, say you want to go 2 and 1, then you have to choose either strength, dex, or constitution. So, you'd have to pick one of those. But if I were to pick, say, what was a good one? Was it the guard? Did the guard have alert? Yeah. So the alert feat is one of my favorite origin feats that I think is going to be the most useful. And it forces you into either intelligence, strength, or wisdom. So I'm like, if I wanted to make a character that was charismatic, if I wanted to make a what was the like a warlock that had the alert feat, I'd have to pick a background that doesn't get a bonus to charisma. It's like you can't be an alert warlock. And another one of them, the lucky feat, there's 2 different backgrounds that'll give you the lucky feat, but neither of them grant you the opportunity to raise your strength. So you can't just be like strong and lucky. You can't be like a strength-based fighter or paladin or anything like that and be lucky. So I really didn't like the way they did that. But what we did discover is that you can, let's come over here to this one, and let's create a background. You can homebrew it. Like it all works. So like if you wanted to be a soldier, you can create a custom background within here. So let's be a charismatic soldier. So then like maybe if you're a leader, instead of just being strong or tough or dexterous, and then you can come down here. There's a lot of different fields. We're not going to mess with those. We're just going to change the granted feat. So we're going to say, of course, we also discovered that if you're creating a custom background, you can pick any feat, including epic boons that you're not supposed to get to level 19. But let's say you wanted to be, what were we doing? Soldier, but you wanted to be a, gotta find one of the, you were a soldier, but you're lucky because it doesn't normally come with that. So now you can save this, and it's just a copy of a soldier, charismatic soldier. We'll save the changes. So then when we go into the character builder, it just says copy of soldier. Is this still my copy of soldier? Yeah, it's got the wrong one. I think I have to refresh. Hold on. Please hold for station identification. Yeah. And we have a different copy of soldier. Thought I changed the name. I guess not. So see, now you can have a soldier with the lucky feet. So it's pretty easy. And now you can, as a soldier, you can. Wait a minute. Did I copy the wrong one? Oh, because then when I come over to the abilities, I can add to my abilities. So yeah, you can create a custom background that will allow you to have whatever beginning feat and whatever stat bonuses that you want for it. So while rules as written kind of force you into certain backgrounds and stuff, it does allow you to customize it a little bit. Smite, is it true they made Smite a cantrip? Divine Smite? No, not exactly. Not exactly. Let's see. Let's go to, it's a spell. So the Divine Smite is a spell now. It's not a cantrip though. It is a first level spell. It's a bonus action. The target takes an extra 2d8 radiant damage from the attack. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a fiend or an undead. One bonus action, and there's a little star, which you take immediately after hitting the target with a melee weapon or unarmed strike. So it functions very similar to how it did before, in that when you hit, then after you hit, you can decide to use the smite functionality. And the damage that it does is the same, 2d8 at level 1, and then an extra d8 each level after that. The difference is that because it uses your bonus action, if you have 2 attacks, you can only smite once. Whereas in the 2014 version, if you had 2 attacks, if they both hit, you could burn 2 first level spell slots and do 2 smites. Or 2 fourth level spell slots and do 2 smites. Or if you had extra, even more attacks for some reason, you could do smites all the time. It also means that in the past you could smite on opportunity attacks, but you can't do that now because you can't use a bonus action on someone else's turn. So you can't smite on opportunity attacks either. So this took a little bit of a hit. But I think part of the reason they did that, and they did this to a couple of other classes a little bit, were the classes that really had huge burst damage that could really just wreck an encounter in the opening round. They kind of took away a lot of that burst Nova damage, and in order to spread it out and give them more damage per round over a longer period of time. So the other thing doing it this way does is it makes the other smite spells more appealing. That's the word I'm looking for. So you could do 2d8 damage. What's another one of the, was there? Let's just go find another smite spell to look at. Let's just go find another smite spell to look at. Come on. I need a 2024 one. Blinding Smite. Here we go. This is a good one. Blinding Smite is 3rd level. So if you just used a 3rd level smite, it would be 4d8 damage. This one, also a bonus action that you use afterwards. It does 3d8 radiant damage, so it's not just whatever the weapon damage is. The other one might have been radiant too. And the target has the blinded condition until the spell ends. So no saving throw. you've just blinded the target. If you hit, you can do a smite for extra damage and blind it. And like previously in the 2014 version, all of these other smite spells used a bonus action, but they were also concentration, and you had to do it before. So you couldn't wait to see if you hit. You would use blinding smite and then say, okay, now I'm going to go attack twice. And then if you roll poorly, then you're still just concentrating on blinding smite until the next turn. But it also meant that you couldn't concentrate on any other spells. So you couldn't say, put up a shield of faith to give yourself better armor class before you wade in to fight the dragon or whatever. You couldn't put up another concentration spell and then still be able to use any of these smites. Now you can use these smites because they don't use your concentration, and you don't have to try to keep it. You don't have to try to keep it up. You don't want to lose concentration or anything like that. So now you can just use blinding smite, or any of the other smites for that matter, after the fact, like after you know whether or not you hit. Is it better? Well, it could be. At the end of its turn, it doesn't. So it becomes blind until the spell ends, which is a minute. But it gets to save at the end of each of its turns. So you lose 1d8 damage, which is like 4.5 points of damage, to guarantee that whatever it is blinded for its turn. So if 4.5 average points of damage is, if you're willing to trade that off for the blinded condition, then it's better. But I think that was part of their reasoning for doing this, not just to take away some of the burst damage that it was doing, to even it out a little bit, so that some of these classes don't just wreck the encounter in the first instant, but also gives some more. Again, we talked about this with a lot of the other martial classes. It gives them more variety. It gives them more stuff to do during their turn. More choices to make, not just I hit you and I'm going to smite. I hit you and then I'm going to smite. You have some other choices to make, and you can use your tactics a little bit better. So I think that was kind of the idea behind it. And I think that as a paladin, I would be using a lot more of these smites. For a long time, we were using them completely wrong. Had a character in one of the games that I was playing in. It wasn't my character, it was another character, but he would always choose to use the smite after he hit, and just none of us had really read the rules very clearly at that point. And he would use these other spells all the time, even though they do less damage, because he wanted the extra rider. But the fact that you had to, in the 2014 version, the fact that you had to decide before you even attacked to cast that spell kind of made those less appealing. What other good smites do we have? Banishing smite, staggering smite. Let's see what's staggering. See how staggering smite works. It's 4th level. It's 46. So you're looking at 13, 20. 14 average damage, and as opposed to at 4th level you'd be doing 5d8, so that'd be about 21, 22. So you're doing about 8 less damage on average. And this one, they get a saving throw, but if they fail their saving throw, they're stunned. So they do get a saving throw on this one, but giving him the stunned condition for 8 less damage is huge. Make the other smites reactions. I like having them as a bonus action as they are. If they would have just changed, if that was the only change, is that you could make the choice after the attack instead of before. If that was the only real change, I mean, that would have still been a useful change. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll, like I said, the game that I'm currently running has 2 people playing paladins in it. So, we're going to see if they decide to use more of these other smites or not. Now that they're a little more useful to them. See how that works out. That'll be interesting. Will be interesting. What else does it's interesting that the free rules just give you the 4 classes. What else does the paladin have working for him? Oh yeah, I'm happy to explain. Partially because the more that I explain this stuff, the better that I understand it too. So, and since I'm, currently just running one game and playing in 2, which is backwards from how I normally am. I'm usually running 2 and playing in 1. But it gives me a better understanding of stuff so that when my players try to do stuff, I can make some choices. Maybe it's not. I like the support ads, but maybe they could have been a house to give up damage for condition. Could be. Would love to have a look at the wizards and bards. I don't think they nerfed Eldritch Blast. Let's just take a quick look at Eldritch Blast, and then we'll go take a look at wizards and bards. I think Eldritch Blast will be I think Eldritch Blast kind of got not really buffed, because I don't think it changed much, but I think that other things that interact with it changed. That may have actually helped it a little bit. So in the 2024 version, the new version, you hurl a beam of crackling energy, make a ranged spell attack against one creature or object in range. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 force damage. Range is 120, 1 action, force damage. I think that's all the same. The spell creates 2 beams at level 5. Yep. 3 beams at level 11 and 4 at 17. You can direct the beams to different people. So yeah, that didn't change this at all. I thought they might change it to say Warlock level instead of just level 5, so that it scaled only with the Warlock levels that you have, because people would take like 1 level in Warlock and get this and then just level up and still get all the benefits of it, because Eldritch Blast is the best damage cantrip in the game, hands down. And part of the reason is because it was pretty much just for Warlocks. So yeah, they didn't touch it after nerfing the smite. Yeah, I mean, it really is. And we talked about it earlier with the summon minor elementals, where if you cast summon minor elementals at like level 9, which, I mean, that's a huge level to upcast a 4th level spell, or summon elementals. But you're looking at an extra 12d8 damage on each attack roll, like, that hits. So even with just Eldritch Blast at level 17, if you've already got that one up and running, and then you cast Eldritch Blast, then that's 12d8 times all 4 of your beams for 48d8 damage added onto it. So yeah, it's definitely burst damage potential. Of course, that spell needs to be errated, retconned pretty badly. But even other things that, add to your damage, Eldritch Blast does a ton of damage. And it was supposed to, because it was supposed to be, when they originally designed the Warlock, it was you only have 2 spell slots, so everything you do is going to be Eldritch Blast. So you had to make sure that they could do decent damage with it. So I think that's part of the reason, because wizards would get all kinds of other spells that they can use, whereas the warlock was stuck with pretty much just Eldritch Blast. Let's see, we were looking at the wizard and the bard. The wizard. Let's come over here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do it right here. So this is the 2024. And then this will be the 2014. So we can look at the two. I don't think any of this stuff changed. Simple weapons, skill proficiencies, armor training, starting equipment. I mean, it's all pretty standard. So let's take a look at the charts. I find it interesting that they decided to format them so differently between the two versions. So I think the the proficiency bonus is going to be the same. Cantrips known. 3, 4, that looks pretty standard. Prepared spells. Don't really have prepared spells. I think they changed the way that worked, maybe. But the spell progression is probably pretty much the same too. Let's see. I think there were some good changes in some of the subclasses. I did find it interesting. I know they just wanted 4 subclasses per class, but it was still kind of weird to me because there's 8 schools of magic, and we're only getting classes for 4 of them, or subclasses for 4 of them. So I found that interesting. Abjuration was one of my favorites. I had a Tortle Abjuration wizard that specialized in melee. So he'd get in there and do touch spells like Shocking Grasp or blasts, but he was in there in the mix of everything all the time. But he had a good armor class because he was a turtle with a shell. So he could get in close and do that kind of stuff. My melee wizard. Let's see, you get your arcane ward. When you cast an abjuration spell, you get a magical ward of protection. When you cast an abjuration spell with a spell slot, you can simultaneously use a strand of the spell's magical energy to create a ward. The ward has hit point maximum equal to twice your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier. I think that's the same. Yeah, twice your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier. And whenever you cast an abjuration spell, the ward regains number of hit points equal to twice the level of the spell slot. Yeah, that's the same. And this comes online at what? When do you get this? I don't think you got that. Now you get it at level 3, because that's when you get your abjuration or your subclass. You used to get it at level 2, so you get it a little bit later. That's going to happen with a couple of the different classes, where you got some, you got your subclass at level 1 for a cleric, also I think. But now, where did the chart go? Did I just pass the chart? I didn't. It's way up fire. So you get your arcane tradition at 2 previously. Now you get it at 3. So you get it one level later. But all they have is the Abjurer, the Diviner, the Evoker, and the Illusionist. I don't think they changed a lot. Arcane Ward, Project Ward, Spellbreaker. So you've always got those two spells prepared. Portent. When you finish a long rest, roll 2 d20s and record the numbers rolled. You can replace any d20 test made by you or a creature that you can see. So that's pretty much the same. Yeah, I don't think the subclasses really changed much for the wizard. I haven't got to look a whole bunch into them yet, but let's look at the, was it the Bard? See, the Valor Bard, I believe, got some buffs. Prepared spells, 2, 3. Spell casting. Let's go down to the Valor Bard. Okay, so the Valor Bard, you can use your wit to turn the tide of battle. A creature that has a bardic inspiration die from you can use it for one of the following effects: defense or offense. When the creature is hit by an attack roll, the creature can use a reaction to roll the bardic inspiration die. They have to use their reaction, though. Immediately after the creature hits a target with an attack roll, the creature can roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number. So if you're using it on offense, you don't have to use any kind of an action. You just get to add the die. But if you're trying to use it on defense, it costs you your reaction. It's an interesting. You gain martial training. You gain proficiency with martial weapons, medium armor, and shields. You can use your weapons as spell casting focus, so you don't have to worry about having a free hand for casting your spells and stuff. Extra attack, you can attack twice instead of once when you take the attack action on your turn. In addition, you can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting time of an action in place of one of those attacks. So you get 2 attacks, but you can replace it. You can replace one of those attacks with a cantrip. And that's pretty good. Or after you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action. So if you are casting a higher leveled spell, you can make one attack with a weapon as a bonus action. So if you took like a 1 level dip in Warlock, you could take the Eldritch Blast. You can attack twice and replace one of them with the Eldritch Blast. So you essentially get four attacks. Which, if you're adding up all of your, let's say 4 attacks, it would depend on your level, of course. At level 5, you would have 2 attacks. So you can replace one of those, and it would be 2 attacks. At level 11, I think you'd get 3. I think we can do better still, though, because of... Let's come in here and let's choose goodbye Barbarian, hello Bard, add class. We'll go ahead and hit level 3 just so we can, level 5 so we can have 2 attacks. We're not really concerned with that stuff right now, or those skills. Subclass, we want to pick a Valor Bard. And then, sure, let's take Dual Wielder. When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make one extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn with a different weapon, which must be a melee weapon that lacks the two-handed property. You don't add your ability modifier to the extra attack. Okay, so that was an important one for this. And then we're level 5. Let's go on to our background. We'll just go with I don't think this one matters as much. Whatever, we'll just pick one. We'll say we're going to go Valor Bard. So, see, this isn't a good one for those. It doesn't matter for what I'm trying to do here. Oh, right, I needed the Eldritch Blast. Thanks. Thanks. I don't have the stats to dip into anything else right now. I have to take my Charisma up. So we'll take the Constitution down. We'll take Charisma up. I hate the multi-classing rules. They're so ridiculous. Arbitrary. Okay, so we'll just have 1 level of Warlock and just 4 levels of Bard. I think that's all we need. So we're level 5. So then we're going to add some spells. Add spells. All we really are worried about is Eldritch Blast. So that's good enough. That's good enough to do our Conjure minor elementals and... Oh, because that's 4th level. See, I got to be higher level for that. That's okay. So now we have to have a light weapon. I didn't pick any weapon masteries. I don't have any weapon masteries. So now you can use non-light weapons for offhand attacks. Dip 1 level of Warlock to get 2 attacks off Eldritch Blast and a weapon attack. Yeah, but there's also, is it the Nick property for weapons? Then I think the Nick property allows you to get another extra attack. Weapon mastery. So let's come back over here. Fine, I'll do the rest of the stuff. Expertise, martial training. All of my favorite items. Bagpipes for sure. Bagpipes. Okay, so weapon mastery. Is this the right? No. Why can't I find weapon masteries? Just want weapon masteries. Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, we'll do it this way then. At level 4, he gets an ability score. He doesn't have weapon mastery, though. Anyway, there's a weapon mastery where you can use, if you are using a light weapon that has nick, I think, then you can do an offhand attack as part of the attack action. So if you have 2 attacks and you use one of them with the nick property, then you can have a 3rd attack with your attack action, and then you can still use your bonus action to do the offhand attacks. You could actually get 4 attacks, and then if you had as a Valor Bard, you can then remove one of your attacks and make a Eldritch Blast. So then you could be doing, you'd still have 3 of your regular attacks plus however many Eldritch Blast bolts you get. So, at a high enough level where you're throwing your 9th level Conjure Minor Elementals, or Conjure Elementals, you're getting 3 attacks and 4 Eldritch Blasts. So you're getting 7 extra bounces of 12d8 for 84 d8. So let's see, average damage 42 times 9, 360, 378 extra damage just from your elementals. Yeah, so you could do an attack and a nick attack. So at level 5, you'd have 2 attacks, but you could get a 3rd one with nick, and you can replace one of those with a double Eldritch Blast. Yeah, so attack, nick, double Eldritch Blast, but then you can also do an offhand attack with your bonus action. So technically you'd still have 3 attacks plus a double Eldritch Blast at level 5. Yes, but Divine Smite is the problem. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's so many rules that at some point you're going to get, you're going to find loopholes in the rules, and there's just not much you can do about it. And the one thing I know is that trying to remember who I saw that was talking about this one. It may have been Chris over at Treant Monk's Temple, but whoever it was talking about all this damage, and it's like, okay, well, this spell is clearly broken, and as soon as you read the spell, you realize it scales in damage completely different than every other spell in the game, and so it really feels like it was a typo, but that's the way it is in there. And so it's one of those things where it's like, you don't really want to ban anything at your tables if you don't have to. And I don't suspect, it's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time before you get players up to that level probably anyway. But don't you use the offhand attack as a bonus action when you use it? You still get to use it as a bonus action. When you make an extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action, which simply means that you still have a bonus action that you can make an offhand attack with. And from what I understand, they've talked to developers of the game, and that's how it's intended to work, is that if you attack with a weapon with the nick property and use that to get another attack, you can still also make a bonus action attack. So, it seems, the wording seems a little strange, a little bit, and like the intent behind it seems a little strange. But I think the idea is those are probably, those kinds of weapons you're going to be using in that situation is going to be lower damage weapons, right? So you're not getting somebody, one guy's swinging a greatsword twice at level 5, so he's already doing 4d6. And if you're attacking 4 times with your 1d6 weapon, well, it's probably a little bit more because you get to add some extra damage to those attacks. But yes, you can make the extra attack once per round. The extra attack that you get from Nick. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. Yeah, the wording is weird. I agree. I think the point is that, like, if you have 2 weapons with Nick, and you attack twice, you can't then get 2 free attacks with it. You can only use that. You can only get the extra attack, the extra free attack as part of the attack action one time. It's like if you're a level 20 fighter and you have 4 attacks, you couldn't, get 4 free Nick attacks tossed in as well. I think that's what the you can only use it one time means. But the developers seem to have said that, yeah, it's intended that you can still have your bonus action to do whatever you want, and that would include making an attack. So, yes. So it is attack plus Nick plus attack plus 2 Eldritch Blasts at level 5. You could totally do that. Wait. No, you can't. Maybe you could if you picked the right species, because you'd have to be a level 5 bard to get the 2 attacks around. So you would need to be level 5 bard plus 1 level of warlock. So you'd have to be level 6 to get the Eldritch Blast. But was it the elf class or the elf race that you could substitute out another cantrip? Did it specify what cantrip? If you were... Okay, now I have to go look. No, see, I keep going in the Google search bar and not the D&D Beyond. Of course, I don't need to search. It's right there. Okay. Species. It's still pretty bonkers. Okay. So the high elf, you can switch out your cantrip for a different cantrip, but it has to be from the wizard list. And Eldritch Blast isn't on the wizard list. So yes, you'd have to be a 5th level Valor Bard and then a 1st level Warlock to get that. But you'd only ever need 1 level of Warlock. So, I mean, you'd still be able to, you'd still be able to do it with just 1 level, and then Eldritch Blast levels with your character, not the Warlock level. But I want to look at something on Warlock, because I think you might get something at level 1 that could even be helpful. Yeah. So now you can get your Eldritch Invocations at level 1. But it's like specific ones. Can't get straight there from there. Eldritch Invocations. I was thinking at like level 1 you could get like your Pact of the Blade invocation. Pact of the Blade. Yeah, it doesn't have a level requirement, so as a bonus action you can conjure a pack weapon in your hand. Whenever you attack with a bonded weapon, you can use your charisma modifier. So if you're a Valor Bard and charisma is what you're going to want for your casting and stuff, right? And so if you went with 1 level of Warlock and took the Pact of the Blade, then you wouldn't even have to worry about strength or dexterity or anything, because you'll be attacking. You can attack with your charisma bonus anyway. Yeah, Agonizing Blast needs level 2. The Pact of the Blade, I think the only ones that you can get at level 1 are Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Chain, and Pact of the Tome. I think everything else requires a higher level. Essentially, these used to just be class features, and now they're calling them invocations, and which is good because you still get one of them regardless, right? But now you can also choose to take more than one of them. Before, you couldn't go Pact of the Blade and Pact of the Chain, but now because it's just an invocation, when you get a new invocation, you can, if you're already Pact of the Blade, you can grab Pact of the Chain also. So that was a nice change with the Warlocks. But if you're taking one level of Warlock to go with your Valor Bard, then you can be using your Charisma for your attack rolls. So I don't know if you would want to just start level 1 Warlock so that you can right away start using that and then start going Bard, or if you want to get a few levels of Bard first, and then, maybe, you'd want a decent dexterity anyway on your Bard in order to, okay. Yeah, you'd want a decent dexterity for your armor class anyway. But Pact of the Blade, you can conjure a pack weapon in your hand. You create a bond with it, but it's just one. And we were talking with the Valor Bard about dual wielding, fighting with 2 weapons. So you'd only be able to use Charisma on one of those weapons, because only one of them would be your packed weapon. The other one would not. So you'd still need dexterity, for the other weapons. So I guess that wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't hurt. Pact of the Blade allows you to have the weapons deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage instead of the normal type. So it would give you a different damage type you could add in also. So, but I was thinking it would allow you to just always use Charisma for all of your weapons, but that's not the case. That's not the case. So sad. Yes, it's also useful for initiative. Yeah, one of our characters in the game that I'm running that's using a couple of the playtest material stuff, they have the alert feat for the bonus to... It's funny, one of them is using playtest material and one of them is not. And they both have the alert feat, but one of them is the playtest material alert feat and one of them is just the regular 2014 alert feat. So one of them gets +5 to their initiative and the other one only gets +3. But I think it's +4 now because it's proficiency modifier. So they only get +4, but they can switch initiative spots with another player. So, they're always going pretty early in the combat. So even if someone rolls bad, then they can move up in the order or down in the order. Beastmaster, let's go see. Let's go see how Beastmaster fared. Okay. You magically summon a primal beast, which draws strength from your bond with nature. Choose a stat block: beast of the land, beast of the sea, beast of the sky. So it seems like you are picking a generic stat block and not getting a specific beast. You can, of course, make it look like whatever you want to make it look like. But it isn't specifically a wolf. It doesn't have, the wolf's abilities. Maybe. I don't know. We'll keep reading. You also determine the kind of animal it is. Choose a kind appropriate for the stat block. For example, don't pick beast of the sky and pick wolf. You can't have a flying wolf. It bears primal markings indicating its supernatural origin. It's friendly to you and your allies and obeys your commands. It vanishes if you die. The beast in combat. In combat, the beast acts during your turn. It can move and use its reaction on its own. but the only action it takes is the dodge action unless you take a bonus action to command it to take an action in its stat block. You can also sacrifice one of your attacks when you take the attack action to command the beast to take the beast's strike action. If you have the incapacitated condition, the beast acts on its own and isn't limited to the dodge action. Okay, you can replace it long rest. So let's take a look at the beast of the land, for example. 13 plus your wisdom modifier, hit points 5 plus 5 times your ranger level. The beast has a number of hit dice, d8s, equal to your ranger level. So it's getting... Its hit points go up. So, like previously, I don't think that it really scaled very well. I don't know, I've never really played a Beastmaster. Well, I did a little bit, but just for a couple of sessions before that campaign petered out. I mean, the stats are pretty good. 14 strength and dex, 15 constitution. Primal bond, add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks or saving throws the beast makes. So your proficiency bonus, but its saves are, mostly +2s. So plus your proficiency bonus, so it's going to be at least +5. So that's not bad on its saving throws. Melee attack. It essentially gets your spell casting modifier, spell attack modifier. So that's going to be your 8 plus your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus. Or no, just your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus, right? Yeah. A save would be 8 plus that. So your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus to hit. And it's going to do d8 plus 2 of whatever kind of standard damage you want. If it moves at least 20 feet, the target takes an extra d6 damage, and the target has the prone condition. Well, so it is similar to the wolf. The beast of the lands is essentially the wolf. The damage is pretty comparable, better hit points. You getting ready to go to bed? Yeah. Good night. See you in the morning. Well, at least she's not creepy at all. So the beast of the land is kind of like a wolf. Nick bonus only with weapon mastery. Bard and Warlock do not get weapon mastery. Okay. So you would have to take some sort of like a feat maybe to get weapon mastery on something. Can't you do that? So that would be a higher level. You would need to get some high or multi-class one more level into something else like a fighter. Something like that. What's the dog doing? He's freaking out over there. Good night.
Yeah.
Exceptional training. When you take a bonus action to command your primal companion beast to take an action, you can also command it to take the dash, disengage, dodge, or help action using its bonus action. So you use your bonus action, you can get it to attack and take one of those other actions. And you can choose to do force damage. When you command your primal companion beast to take the beast strike action, the beast can use it twice. Okay, so it gets a couple extra attacks as it levels up. The first time each turn it hits a creature under the effect of your Hunter's Mark spell, the beast deals extra force damage equal to the bonus damage of that spell. So it benefits from at least once, it can benefit from your hunter's mark as well. Although that may not work out as well as we would hope, because hunter's mark's a bonus action, and it takes your bonus action to command it. So you can't command it to do anything in the same round that you're doing hunter's mark. Unless you can do one, right? You can have it take one of your attacks. Yeah. You can sacrifice one of your attacks to take the attack action in combat. Or for the beast to take the attack action. Okay, so if you use your bonus action on turn 1 to use your hunter's mark, then in turn 2, if it's still alive, you can hit it again. Then you can use your bonus action to have your beast do this. But that's using up a lot of your, using your bonus, both of those using your bonus action. I don't think you're going to get as much out of that particular benefit as you think.
It's a trap!
That's right, General Akbar. It's a trap. This is nice, though. When you cast a spell targeting yourself, you can also affect your primal companion. So I don't know. That's not as... it's not awful. Hunter's Mark applies on hit now? Let's see. See if it says anything in the class specifically. You always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared. You can cast it twice without expanding a spell slot. I thought it was only once. And you regain all expended uses of the ability when you finish a long rest. Oh, it goes up as you reach certain levels. So the Hunter's Mark spell, you magically mark one creature you can see within range as your quarry. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 force damage to the target whenever you hit with an attack roll. You also have advantage on any wisdom checks you make to find it. If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can take a bonus action to move the mark to a new creature you see within range. So it still uses the bonus. You still have to use your bonus action to attack or to use it. So you use a bonus action on round 1 to throw up your Hunter's Mark, and then you attack. If you're level 5 and have 2 attacks, you could then have your beast do its bestial fury. See, but it doesn't tell us, like, at what level does that come online? Surely it's not just always on. At what level does that come online? Get your subclass at 3, another subclass feature at 7, 11. Still concentration? I think so. Yeah. Still concentration for an hour. Upcasting just buys you more time. Yeah, it's not very clear here at what level you get different abilities from the subclass. It doesn't tell you. Okay, so let's see. We've got you get your subclass at 3. You get another feature at 7, 11, 15. So if we come down to the Beastmaster, probably exceptional training at 7, bestial fury at 11. So it's not till level 11 when he gets to make 2 attacks and use your hunter's mark. Yeah, not the greatest. Yeah, I'm torn on the Beastmaster, and I always have been, on like how to make it feel like a Beastmaster without making it super overpowered, because you can't just have all of your attacks and have your beast have all of their attacks also, because then it's just hands down so much better damage wise than other options. Just getting all of your beasts attack as well. And so it kind of, trying to make it feel powerful enough without feeling useless. I don't think they've ever pulled off the Beastmaster Ranger very well. And I'm not sure what I would do to fix it. Not sure how I would fix it to make it feel like the damage was right. Maybe I need to do a video and actually break down the damage of, like, put together a Beastmaster and maybe a Gloomstalker or a Hunter, and like compare the damage level by level and see if how comparable the damage output of the 2 different Rangers is. That might be a good one. See if we can't figure out some sort of homebrew rules to make the Beastmaster work better. How's the Fey Wanderer? Oh, that's right. This one kind of jumps around a bit. I'm going to look at some of the feats earlier. Where's the core rules? Boy, this is... Oh. We have the basic rules 2014. D&D free rules 2024. Does that have all of them in it? Oh, that's right. Things like fighting styles are feats now. I forget. Yeah, giving the beast extra abilities as it levels. The only question is how much extra abilities to give it, and how much to, like the other ranger classes, their abilities. Your ranger yourself doesn't get any other abilities as he levels up. So, because it's all just upgrading your beast. So I wondered how that would feel. Like, my ranger is still just rangering and doesn't really change from level to level as you're going up, because all your subclass features are going to your beast. I guess you still get your standard ranger stuff with spells, different spells that they can cast and things like that. But yeah, I just feel like it's a delicate balance, and I wonder how it would shake out. we'll do a damage comparison. I'll put together a chart and some stuff, and we'll take a look at it. Maybe put out a video, compare the 4 Rangers. It may take a minute or two to put together, though. Let's see. Tag. Can I sort by tags? That'd be interesting. Getting some weapon mastery from your beast, claw mastery, tooth mastery. So if you take the 2-weapon fighting style, you do get the additional damage to that offhand. Is this all that's in the epic boons? There's only one general feat. This is the free rules. I mean, come on, I'm trying to look up feats. And I have purchased the content. Show me, let me sort by those other feats, the 2024 feats. I don't think they're gonna have an option for it. Oh, aha, there it is. I just had to look. You have blind sight. This is different than tremor sense. You can see within a specific range without relying on physical sight. Within that range, you can see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you have the blinded condition or are in darkness. Moreover, in that range, you can see something that has the invisible condition. So with this one, you can target people within 10 feet of you with spells that require a targeting. Charger. Extra D8. Chef. We have somebody in my group that took Chef. More for the flavor. See what I did there? Not so much about the mechanical benefit. Like, she cooks stuff for our characters all the time, but I don't think she ever actually is using this ability that gives us 10 hit points. She's just like, hey guys, try this beholder sausage I made. I got totally stoned after eating the Medusa sausage. Yeah, this makes me sad that once per turn. With my monk, I just knock people around all the time. And I would like to just knock people around all the time. I have a monk character that one of the other guys in our group throws out bonfire all the time. So then as soon as they move out of the bonfire, then I just punch them back into the bonfire and they take the damage again. Nah, I don't have any kind of a promo code. Wish I did. I bought the physical book and the digital book through D&D Beyond, and by purchasing them both through D&D Beyond, I was able to get like $20 off or something like that. Just, you know, they gave me essentially they gave me the digital copy of it way cheaper. So I don't know, there's probably promotional stuff going on out there somewhere, but I'm not aware of any of it. So I'm afraid I can't help you. When you take the attack action on your turn, an attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make one extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn with a different weapon. Trying to figure out, when you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make one extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn. I mean, can't you always make a bonus action attack with your offhand and just not add any extra damage to it, which you can't here anyway? Am I misremembering that? Durable's always good. I am curious to try a grappler. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can use both the damage and the grappler option. Well, that's nice. You don't lose damage. Like it used to be, you had to give up the damage you were going to do to try, like one of your attacks, to try to grapple it. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature grappled by you. So once you grab him by the throat, you can punch him in the head easy. And you don't have to spend extra movement to move a creature grappled by you. So you can drag them all over the place. That'd be a good one too. Great Weapon Master took a... Well, I say it took a hit. I feel like it was sort of a lateral move, really. I mean, the you lose the -5 +10 to damage, but in return, you just get damage equal to your proficiency bonus. So you don't have to take the chance. I mean, it's less bonus damage, but it's not getting the -5 to hit, so you're not taking as much of a negative penalty as you would. So you're going to hit more often to add that extra damage in. I may have to do some math on that one too, and try to figure out exactly how big of a trade-off that is. Interception fighting style. When a creature you can see hits another creature within 5 feet of you with an attack roll, you can take a reaction to reduce the damage dealt to the target by 1d10, plus your proficiency bonus. You must be holding a shield. I feel like that one already existed, but I don't recognize the name. Is that another thing that they changed the name on? That's not the one. I was thinking martial weapon training, maybe the one where you could get training in a weapon and then also a weapon mastery. It does not appear to be. Poisoner. You gain proficiency with the poison kit. You make a damage roll that deals poison damage. It ignores resistance to poison. Now that's a little bit interesting just because there are so many creatures that are resistant to poison or immune to poison, that the poison spells tend to do more damage than normal because they're so much less effective because so many people are resistant to it. So if you could get rid of that, you could take higher damage spells, potentially. You can also brew your own poison. You gain proficiency with a poisoner's kit with 1 hour of work using such a kit, and expanding 50 gold pieces worth of materials. You can create a number of poison doses equal to your proficiency bonus. As a bonus action, you can apply a poison dose to a weapon or a piece of ammunition. Once applied, the poison retains the potency for 1 minute or until you deal damage with it, whichever is shorter. When the creature takes damage from the poisoned item, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 2d8 poison damage and have the poisoned condition. Good night. See you in the morning, bud.
Yeah.
This one's interesting. A bonus action to be able to apply the extra 2d8 damage. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with your bonus actions. And the poisoned condition as well isn't awful. But at 50 gold pieces a pop, 50 gold pieces, it gets you, a proficiency bonus doses. So just a few doses. I don't know I guess it depends on how much gold you get in your campaign. We don't get a lot of gold in our campaigns. Our dungeon masters are a little more protective of the purse strings, but 50 gold, I mean, that's each time you make 3 doses of poison, it costs you 50 gold, and that's like a year's wages for most people in the world. Just spend a year's wages on 3 doses of poison that's going to be gone in 18 seconds because you're going to use it in 3 rounds. Seems like a steep price. Sentinel. I feel like they changed Sentinel too. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes the disengage action or hits a target other than you with an attack, you can make an opportunity attack against the creature. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the current turn. I want to look at the previous version of that. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0. Oh, look at that. I've got it mostly covered up on my face. Sorry. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes the disengage action or hits a target other than you with an attack, you can make an opportunity attack against that creature. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you even if they take the disengage action before leaving your reach. So the new version, immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes the disengage action or hits another target. So he could take the disengage action and move around. I guess it's still the same. It feels, the wording feels weird, like there's something different happening there. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature. Okay, so there is a difference. Immediately after, a creature within 5 feet of you disengages or hits a target other than you with an attack, you can take an opportunity attack against the creature. Here, when a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, here it has to hit the target. So the old version, they just had to make an attack against somebody and then you got an attack against them. And now they have to hit. And also, now you get to make an opportunity attack. Previously, you just used your reaction to make a melee weapon attack. So that wording is different also, and must have something to do with how opportunity attacks work. Maybe. I feel like there's more to that. There was no reason to change that wording unless there is a difference in that. I have to research that too. Well, that gives me several things to research and look into. Probably be making some videos tomorrow and stuff to put out, but I think this is probably going to be it for my live stream tonight. Thanks everybody for coming by and hanging out with me a little bit and asking questions, so we can go look some stuff up. I think we learned a whole lot of stuff today. It was pretty cool. I am looking forward to opportunities to play all this kind of stuff. I hope you guys are too. Like and subscribe and follow and hit the notification bell and leave a comment and, you know, all those cool things, because it helps me with the algorithm. If you found me not annoying, somewhat worthwhile being here, then I appreciate you being here and hope to see you back again in future videos and in future live streams. Hopefully I can get some more of these scheduled and we'll get this stuff going on. Until then, till the next time, keep on hacking the dungeon.